Well, everybody's here, so good morning again to everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. And I think we can start. For today, we have it is at least the tribunal's expectation. We have 2 examinations. One is of Mr. Kaczmarek, who is already with us, and after we have the examination of JS Health. I think we have you have received, the parties have received, or the council, the time log, so you are perfectly aware of the remaining time in order to organize your interventions. So I think we can start right now. I give the floor to Climate Council, please, Mr. Reskin or Mr. Lorenzo, I don't know.
It'll be Mr. Cheskin, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
You have the floor, yeah.
Morning, Mr. Kaczmarek.
Morning.
Now you know my last name, but my name again is Mark Cheskin, C-H-E-S-K-I-N, Mark Cheskin. Nice to see you. Do you have your 2 expert reports in front of you?
I do, yes.
And I'm sorry, Mr. President, would you like him to read the affirmation first?
Please.
If Mr. Kaczmarek, you have the affirmation that
You have a statement, Mr.
I do not see it on the screen, but I pretty much know it, so I'm happy to just recite it.
Do your best.
I solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that my statement will be in accordance with my sincere belief.
And are you alone in the room with?
Absolutely. Hopefully there is a camera also behind me.
Right, okay. And have you turned off any sort of communication devices?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Ms. President Arroyo, is that sufficient? Proceed.
It is to me, respondent, it is sufficient for you?
It is, Mr. President.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Cheskin, have you finished?
No, I just want to ask, just confirm, Mr. Kaczmarek, if he could please, that it's a signature on the reports and he has no changes.
I have no changes to make to either of the 2 reports I've submitted in this case.
And Mr. President, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cheskin. So I assume that is Ms. Scholdy again in charge of the cross-examination?
You're right.
But there is a presentation. There is a presentation, Mr. President.
Yeah. No, that is just to know who is in charge of the cross. So, Mr. Kaczmarek, you have 45 minutes to make your presentation, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'll walk you through 5 sections here of my presentation. The first slide I want to draw your attention to here is the historical lost cash flows, which, as you may have realized, are negative, negative 5.15 million. Why is that? That is because claimant was not just simply asking for higher tipping fees to earn more dividends or profit. They were asking for higher tipping fees to be able to invest in the project and actually do the project properly. So some of that money would have been invested, of course, into remediating some of the problems with the with the landfill that wasn't being done before. So then the second portion of our calculation of damages is the fair market value of the hoon, 90% of the hoon, and we've done 3 different approaches. Okay, so we've done discounted cash flow, comparable company, comparable transaction. So in terms of discounted cash flow, you see here's our calculated discount rate, the weighted average cost of capital, 9.15%. And overall, that yielded a value of $526 million, all based upon what Deltaway had calculated. Okay, so their calculations, their feasibility study that was then updated for purposes of this arbitration. In terms of the comparable public companies, so these were operating companies, and they have what we call multiples, valuation multiples. I think you heard from the Deltaway experts yesterday, Mr. Tulo was talking about 10 to 12 times EBITDA as a typical multiple. We're a little bit lower than that. We're at 8.7 to 7.3. So lower than what his expectation maybe was. But we measured this once the project would be up and running and discounted it back to the valuation date as another way to check our valuation of the project. So looking at the 3 approaches, DCF, comparable public companies and transactions, we have 3 different ways of trying to measure what this project would have been worth had it been green lighted, and ultimately claimant's 90% share at 487 million. I think you've also heard, of course, that claimant owned the land associated with the project separately, and that land, you know, we would value at under typical standards of value, highest and best use principles. If that land had been covered, they could have put solar panels on top of it, and with an existing connection, of course, already to the electricity grid, they could have connected solar panels to the electricity grid. And so based upon cash flows that Deltaway projected, we have also added that value to claimant's damages as well. So here, slide 9, I have a total, which you can see negative historical damages, again, because claimant would have invested all the additional tipping fees into investments to improve the landfill. But then the fair market value of the landfill with the WT or IRRF facility and then interest bringing it to date. So total damages ranging from 632 million to 676 million. So let's walk through the historical tipping fees. As you've probably seen, the historical tipping fees were quite low, ranging between 2.8 dollars per ton to $2.3 per ton. So actually decreasing over time instead of increasing over time with inflation. So that was a problem, and everybody recognized this was a problem. As I have pointed out, and I'm showing you here on slide 12, a number of indications that, you know, everybody recognized the tipping fees were just too low to run the landfill properly. And as you've seen, you know, claimant has also said in many instances, the tipping fees were too low. So one of the but-for calculations we've made is to increase those tipping fees. But again, all of it would have been invested into something that would have improved the environmental safety of the landfill and not have generated extra profit for claimant. So here on slide 14, I have my calculation of the but-for tipping fees. We started at 6.69 in 2013. That's based upon an average of a number of different requests and sources for the tipping fees. And then it's been increased over time by inflation or other indices that we've used to move it forward. So between 6.7 and almost 8.5. And of course, as you'll see, I'd like to draw your attention to, everybody knew the precarious manner in which the landfill was being operated. Because of the low tipping fees being paid, there was not much the operators could do to actually run it correctly or in an environmentally safe manner. So that again, that's a constant theme, I think, that we see throughout this arbitration. You'll have also seen JICA, and you heard Mr. Lorenzo talk about their study. They proposed, you know, a fee and said it has to be at least $8 per ton. Quadrant themselves recognizes somewhere between $5 and $8 per ton. That is exactly what we have been calculating for our historical damages, between 5 and 8. So I don't think there's any dispute between the parties as to what should have been the right tipping fee historically. Moving forward, though, after 2017, the tipping fee had to be increased, and JICA came up with a study that said just over $20 a ton. What you may not have heard in the past couple days is that tipping fee was measured as of 2010. not 2017. So 7 years old. So if you think about adding inflation to that, obviously the number would increase. But that 20.43 number is the number that Deltaway included in their model. So what I would consider sort of an outdated number, if you will. There's some criticism that the number is too reliant on Brazil. It's hard to understand how that is calculated and why that is so, but that is, you know, and we acknowledge that is a critique that is acknowledged in the JICA report. But if you look here on slide 17, what we've tried to do is show you on the left axis the percentage of sanitary landfills and tipping fees on the lower axis for each of the countries that were studied. And of course, the more sanitary the landfill, the higher the fee will be. So we've tried to draw a line, a trend line, if you will, for sanitary versus unsanitary. And what was proposed in this project was that everything going forward was going to be sanitary. So it's going to be like 2 landfills, right? The first landfill, everything that had been dumped, they couldn't do much to remediate it. There was some work that was going to be done to help to remediate it, but it couldn't be completely sanitary with a liner, if you will. But everything going forward would have been done with a liner and been completely sanitary. So that is why we believe that the $20 is quite reasonable. If you heard, I think Mr. Tullo yesterday, he said even in the United States, the typical fee for sanitary is $50, $55, so $20, quite a discount, but quite reasonable if you're going to start to manage the landfill in a sanitary manner. So section 3, I'll just walk you through a few comments that have been made by Quadrant on our analysis. As you can see here, overall, we think that Quadrant doesn't understand that the tipping fee needed to be increased, and that would have resulted in spending more money and doing a better job of running the landfill. They think $250 or less was sufficient, and their fair market value assessment of the landfill is negative, which we will look at in a second. And generally, overall, most of their comments are that it's speculative. Everything they believe is speculative because it hadn't been actually built. But as you probably know, that's not unusual. This is what happens in a lot of power projects or mining projects. You know, you will always have somebody who does drilling, for example, in a mining project, and they will discover reserves And before anything is built to process those reserves or dig them up, the mining project has value. And so I think that's a good way of thinking about this project as well. So here you see, again, Quadrant just dismisses the tipping fee. Again, I don't think it's a big deal because we say it would have all the additional monies from higher tipping fees would have been invested. So there's a negative damages from that. But overall, you'll see slide 21 here, that Quadrant comes up with almost 300 million negative damages, which is basically telling you this project was uneconomic. Couldn't happen. No one would invest in it. It's a terrible idea. So don't put your money in. But I think, as again, you've probably realized, it's a simple project, right? It's a power plant that uses garbage as fuel. So you're burning the garbage to generate heat, to generate electricity. So that's your fuel, and it's a little bit of a stretch in my view, more than a stretch in my view, to view this project as not being economic in the DR. They don't explain why exactly it wouldn't be economic in the DR and be economic elsewhere, but we clearly think, obviously, it's economic, and this is an extreme position that Quadrant has taken. The other thing I think that's just important to emphasize here on slide 22 is when you're calculating fair market value, I just want to make sure the tribunal understands fair market value is not per se a damages analysis. Fair market value was developed in the United States as a basis to tax gifts and estates in 1916. And that basis has been argued for decades and evolved into a definition in 1960 and what we call Revenue Ruling 5960 to say how that should be calculated. So it's not a damages analysis. So the word speculative, which is used constantly by the other side, doesn't apply. A valuation professional doesn't use the word speculative. If you, I know it's a legal concept, but when you're calculating fair market value, what you're doing is measuring willing buyer, willing seller, right? That's how you judge the analysis, not whether it's speculative or not. Someone who's willing to buy something isn't saying, oh, that this portion is speculative, or this, or that portion is speculative. It just doesn't happen. Okay. As I said with the land here on slide 24, when we value land, it's always highest and best use. And claimant plan to, according to the updated feasibility study that was prepared, plan to put solar panels on the capped land. of course, that would make complete sense. It already had a connection to the grid, right, from the WTE plant. So why not put solar panels after you cap the land? And so that's how the land is valued by us. Discount rate. So the DCF, again, cash flows were prepared not by us. They were prepared by Delta Way. And we did the discount rate calculation. One of the big differences in the discount rate between us and Quadrant is country risk. And you can see that's a significant number, 6.71. And what I've shown you here is that the rationale behind that 6.7 is the idea that you can be expropriated and not get fair compensation. And of course, that's exactly why we're here. So it just is illogical to include such a high discount rate in our calculation here, because we're here to get fair compensation. If you find that there has been an expropriation without fair compensation. So so that number is completely illogical. What we've also told you, and you probably have seen, is that country risk is a 55% reduction in the value of the project. So same project located in the United States would be worth twice what Quadrant is saying it would be worth in the DR. No difference. Somebody would pay 2 times as much for the same plant running a again IRRF, same exact plant. They would pay twice the amount in the United States for that plant than they would pay for it in the DR. And we just think that's an illogical result. I've highlighted a couple other aspects of the discount rate differences. One of them, size and liquidity. That is a issue that Demodrin, which Quadrant cites quite a bit, completely rejects. And just the very large size and the difference between the cost of debt and the cost of equity. Usually, you would expect something like 5% difference. Here, Quadrant is coming up with more than 13% difference. So huge difference that we think does not merit what they have calculated. So again, various aspects of the project that they say are speculative, they try to throw them out. Again, that doesn't come into the lexicon of a valuation professional. We don't look at things as speculative. We look at things as willing buyer, willing seller. What would somebody assign in terms of value? They could assign nothing, or they could assign something. But a buyer doesn't say, "Hey, that's speculative," to the seller. That doesn't, produce an effective transaction in terms of selling a business. So I've also showed here too IFRS 13 and international valuation standards. These are also well-regarded standards of value, and they also will tell you that they don't use the concept of speculative, but use the concept of you should be maximizing the use of market-based inputs when you do your analysis, and that's what we have done. Again, also revenue ruling 5960. One of the primary things it says to regard is looking at comparable publicly listed companies. And you might have read that Quadrant ignores that. They say, they call that relative valuation, and they say that that is a very suspect valuation principle, and you shouldn't look at that. In fact, you know, the rules pertaining to the implementation of fair market value say you should absolutely look at that. So I think they're at odds with the standards here. So quickly, Quadrant's existing valuation. You will have seen they try to value the business as though it wouldn't be transformed into an IRRF, but remain just an open air dump. And they say any tipping fee between 5 and 8 would yield negative damages. And to us, what that just says is Quadrant isn't understanding the nature of the business. Obviously, somebody running this particular landfill is not going to invest money if they can't get it back. So you have to set the tipping fee at a level that is reasonable to allow the operator to cover their costs, cover their investments, and get back, you know, some level of profit. And I think this analysis just shows that Quadrant doesn't understand that concept. Here, as you can see, we say it's nonsensical what they're doing. Again, you would have to be able to recover all of your money that is put into the business. And that is how the tipping fee should be set. So they're just telling you the tipping fee is low, and you'd have to spend a lot of money and you couldn't get it back. So this is a terrible business. And to us, that just doesn't make any sense for the way the business is supposed to be run. So we would say, do not pay any attention to the existing business value. That's not what was supposed to be done here. Mr. Lee Chin was going to build a power plant, a WD, and a recycling facility, and going to be running a much more different business than just a business that lets people pull up and dump the garbage at the edge of the pit. So I think I can skip through this side too, going on to the last section. So reasonableness check. Of course, now what you've heard is claimant has invested about 15 million, and Quadrant has said, hey, this is a good check, right? As to the reasonableness of our valuation, and our valuation being over almost $500 million. That's crazy because they only invested 15 million, right? Well, what we've tried to explain to you is that not every transaction that occurs, happens at market value. The previous owners had no intention to build an IRRF. So they weren't intending to maximize the use of the property. And that is how we've valued the property, because that's what claimant intended to do. So completely different intention. And here you see, I'll give you just a couple of examples that obviously when transactions occur in the real world, sometimes they're not at market value. And what we assume when we do fair market value calculations is that everything is done in a logical fashion. But that doesn't always happen in the real world. So the prior owners, again, weren't willing to make the investments and move the project forward in a way that would maximize its use. But Mr. Lee Chin was willing to do so. And again, that could have taken place if the tipping fees had been increased. Everybody recognized the tipping fees were too low. And the operation of this asset, this landfill, as we would say, it was a distressed asset, not being optimally run, and could have been more optimally run with a better tipping fee. So even though Quadrant says, the amount that was invested versus what we're saying is the value is a big difference. We think that's fully explained by the fact that claimant was just planning to do something completely different with this project in terms of putting an IRF in place, and compared to what the prior owner was willing to do, which was just kind of continue to run the landfill as an open air dump. So completely explained in our view, the higher amount that we are valuing the project at. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Kusamarek. I think we can go directly to Ms. Joldy, unless you need time to accommodate something, but you have the floor anyway.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Mr. Kaczmarek. Nice to see you.
Same
I
here.
have, just before I start my cross-examination, I have a couple of questions about your presentation.
Sure.
And maybe you can go, if you have still the screen, to your slide 11.
Sure. Yes, slide 11.
So here you said that the tipping fee was going down from 2013 to 2017, correct? That's what you said?
Well, that's what the numbers show, yes.
And this is in dollars, but it's a conversion from Dominican pesos, correct?
Sure.
So you use, so,
Sure.
And do you know that from 2013 to 2017, the Dominican peso was devaluated, so you needed more Dominican pesos every year to buy $1? Do you know that?
Yes, Council, you're correct. I think the peso went from about 42 to 47.
So when you convert to dollars, the tariffs that are in pesos, then that obviously has an impact, correct?
Well, yeah, well, yes.
Thank
If
you.
there's a slight devaluation, but which there
Thank you.
was, yes.
Thank you. And also in your presentation, if you can go to slide 16, please.
Sure.
And here you say that the May 2017 report, that is from 2010, correct? It's based on information from 2010?
That is correct. So it was 7 years outdated.
Exactly. So there was nothing new about this average in 2017. It's just a reproduction of the average from the 2010 report.
Correct. I would say
Thank you.
that the number should be higher because of inflation, for sure. And that's the point I tried to make. So this was a number, the 20.43 was taken from 7 years earlier and probably should have been updated by inflation.
Thank you. And if you can go to slide 17 in your presentation, please.
Sure.
And here you say Deltaway confirms the plan for Duquesa was to operate 2 landfills, sanitary and near sanitary. The
Correct.
sanitary, do you know that it starts operating in 2038? Do you know that?
So I'm not sure if that's correct.
Okay,
The
okay. If you don't know that, that's okay.
my understanding is the sanitary would start almost immediately. So all the new digging and dumping of waste, new waste would be in a sanitary portion of the land. And
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want you to guess. So that's why I asked if you
Yeah.
knew, but that's okay. And now if you want, I'm going to move to the questions that I had, if that's okay with you.
sure.
And I would ask you that you stop sharing so that we can show you some documents.
Sure. Perfect.
In your first report and in your presentation just now, I think you said that claimant lost the entire value of his investment. That's your first report, paragraph 10, page 9 of the PDF. Hopefully it will go on the screen. And then you say, you can see that in the screen?
I can see it. Yes.
And then you say you have been asked by counsel to quantify 3 losses to claimant associated with the breaches. You can see that?
Correct.
And your aim is to, so your aim is to quantify the damages, assuming Mr. Lichin lost his his whole business, correct?
Correct.
And then if you go please to paragraph 5 of your first report, that's page 7 of the PDF. Yeah, I hope. Yeah. So you say here we have paragraph 5. We have been asked by counsel to quantify the damages to claimant associated with the breaches, which is what we just went through. And then you say specifically, we have been asked by counsel to address the following 3 categories of damages. So you have 3 categories.
Yep.
And
Correct.
I'll read them and I'll ask you a few questions about the categories. So the first is quantification of claimants' historical damages.
Correct.
The second is quantification of claimant's loss in the fair market value of claimant's shares in Lajun.
Correct.
And the third is quantification of claimant's loss related to land that could have been a solar facility with solar panels. Correct?
Correct.
So let me see if I understand how these work. Did you receive an instruction from council identifying the categories of damages, the 3 categories?
Did I receive an instruction? I mean,
Yes, because if you go above,
Yeah.
the opening sentence to the paragraph says, specifically, we have been asked by council to address the following 3 categories of damages. So
Correct.
I just want to know, did they ask you, please, Brent, quantify these 3 things?
correct. Yes.
Okay. Did they also tell you to quantify them, taking certain assumptions into account that you list in those 3 bullets? To take certain assumptions into account, and then I'll go to the detail of the bullets.
Sure. I mean, obviously, the assumptions were that none of the alleged breaches would have occurred. That's the primary assumption.
Okay, so for instance, that's the main assumption, yes. But then if we go, for instance, to the historical losses, you were asked to quantify the impact of higher tipping fees, just the answer, the sentence above that, to adjustments of the tipping fee to Lajun, and to calculate the value in the shares, as we go below, to the lost cash flows for those periods. So basically my question is, you were asked to quantify the impact of those lost cash flows because of the tipping fees, leaving everything else the same?
Yes, for the first bullet, that's correct. We were asked
So-
to calculate the historic losses from the fact that the tipping fees were not increased.
So you were not asked to value Lajun as of July 2013, right? Because that's an exercise
correct.
you can do. Exactly.
Correct.
Correct.
2017, September.
Exactly.
27th.
So you were not told use July 2013 as a valuation date.
Correct.
And for the tipping fee, were you told what tipping fee to use, or were you left to your own determination of what would be the correct tipping fee for the period?
So we looked at a number of different sources for the tipping fee that were requested or agreed upon.
Those sources, did claimant give them to you, or did you ask
Yes.
claimant for all the sources?
So we asked claimant for the sources, and
Okay.
based on those sources, we came up with an average of 6.69, I think it was, for 2013, and then inflation adjusted that.
Exactly. So you ask, please give me everything you have for this period, correct?
Correct.
Were you told the facts, or were you or did you do your own determination of the facts? Because in your presentation you list certain things. Is that something you were told, or something, a conclusion you reached on your own?
So certain obvious in any case that I do, if I'm told the facts, I use the words I understand.
Okay.
If I don't use those words, it's because I have confirmed it, because they've given me a document or something that I can confirm it independently.
And in this case, did you use the words I understand?
Well, you'd have to take me to a particular passage.
But would you say it's based on your understanding?
What is based on my understanding? I don't understand. the
I'm sorry, the facts that you talk about in your report and in your presentation, for instance, but I mean, it really doesn't matter. So I'll move on.
Sure.
In connection with the second point in your instruction, you say quantification of claimant's loss in the fair market value of the shares in Lajun, in the bold part at the beginning.
Yes.
That's and then you say what's highlighted on the screen. We have been asked by counsel to compute the fair market value of claimant's equity share in Lajun, assuming the development of the WTE plant. Can you see that?
I see that. Yes.
Okay. So one question is, you were instructed, because that's what it says, asked by counsel, that's instructed, right? A little bit, or is that
Sure.
instructed? Okay.
If you like to use the word instructed, sure. But yeah.
And they told you value the shares assuming the development of the WT plant, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So they didn't tell you, Brent, value the shares in Lajun as you see fit. It was this instruction that came with the assumption, correct?
They didn't. They did
Okay.
not say value as you see fit, but if I don't take instructions from
No,
counsel
I
that
understand.
I think are inappropriate. My job is always to help the tribunal. I know
Yes,
that.
I understand
So-
perfectly. It's just so that I can understand.
Mr. President, there's some leeway in interrupting a witness, but he was halfway. The question was, do you accept instruction or not, basically? And he was explaining what he was doing. I mean, that was a clear interruption. And they're also talking over
I'm
each other.
sorry, Mr. Cheskin. Wasn't an interruption, was a clarification of my question, but I'll rephrase it and we can take it back. Sí, señor presidente.
Por favor,
Yes, Mr. President. When you put a question to the expert, please let him answer. I understand that everything you've said thus far is based on the words of the expert in his report, everything you're asking about. But if you ask him a question, he begins to answer, please don't interrupt him. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'll rephrase my question, Mr. Kaczmarek. So it was just, let me go back to the transcript to see where we left.
I think you were asking me about the manner in which I valued the project. If
Exactly.
I saw fit to only value it because they asked me to include the WT or not.
Yes, that's why I interrupted you.
Mhm.
Because I was not questioning whether you question or not your assumption. I was just trying to understand if the assumption was part of the instruction. It was just, you know, if you want one step earlier to understand what came in the instruction.
Sure. Very fair, counsel. So my answer would be, I was not instructed to value the Lajun with the WTE. That is something I would only do if I felt it was appropriate to do. So that was not part of my instruction.
Okay.
Again, my job is to help the tribunal, not to advance a party's case.
Okay. Yes. Yes. That's what I'm trying to understand. So your instruction was not to value, for instance, the opportunity to develop a WT plant. That would be a different instruction, correct?
It would, I guess I would not call it an instruction. I would only do it if I thought it was legitimate and
Exactly.
should be considered
Okay.
uh,
Okay. That
independently by the tribunal. I mean, so I wouldn't take an instruction on it.
okay. Okay. Yes, I just wanted to, at least in my mind, to distinguish one thing is one thing and the other is a different thing.
Okay.
And then you say you referred to 27 September 2017.
Right.
And then again, your instruction, but I don't want to put more weight into it than it has. Your instruction was to assume to use that as valuation date.
Correct. That is the date I understood from claimant that he was permanently removed from the project.
Exactly. And what you say above is we calculate this value as of the date on which claimant asserts that he effectively lost all of his rights as a shareholder. You know, don't you, that claimant did not lose his rights as a shareholder? For instance, his voting right and his right to attend shareholders meeting, like shareholders right, you know, he didn't lose them, correct?
I think you're asking me a kind of a legal question, but as we understood it, he he no longer could control the physical site of
Exactly.
his
So
business.
from your perspective, the value of his investment was destroyed, but not, he didn't lose his shareholding, correct?
You could say that, sure. He had his shareholding in a business that he no longer had any control over.
Okay. And then if we go to the third bullet, you say quantification of claimant's loss related to land that could have been a solar facility with solar panels.
Yes.
And then you say claimant believed the highest and best use of this, which means the land, would be to construct a solar facility and add solar panels.
Correct.
And then you say we have been asked by counsel to compute the value or to compute claimant's loss as of the valuation date related to the future use of this land through the development and operation of a solar facility.
Correct.
And then I just want to understand your instruction again. Assuming the highest and best use of the land as a solar project, that was an instruction, right? Assume the highest and best use of this plant is a solar project. That's what you were told, right?
Yes, that's what I was told was going to be the
Exactly.
plan. But again, I don't take instructions that I feel are improper. So
No, I'm just trying to understand what was
yeah,
instructed and what was
yeah.
not.
If it wasn't the highest and best use, and there was some better, higher and better use of the property, I would value it that way.
Yes,
But
but
this is what they told me they were going to do. It made complete sense. So that's how I valued it.
exactly, but you didn't sit down and try to see what could be the best value. That was something that was done either by Delta Way or by claimant or by somebody else.
They told me that once the landfill was capped, they put solar panels on it. And I said, well, that makes complete sense because they'd already have a connection to the grid with the WTE plant. So of course, that seemed entirely reasonable to me.
Okay. And-
If it wasn't reasonable, I would not have valued it as such.
Okay, and for the valuation of the land, if where you let me see how to phrase it. If you hadn't received this instruction, would you have used a different method to value the land?
So again, I wouldn't call it an instruction. I was told that after capping, they would put solar panels on. And I said, that seems entirely reasonable and prudent. Because again, if you've already got a WTE plant running there with a connection to the grid, this would be a normal way to maximize the value of the land. I don't know how else you would maximize the value of the land after capping it. So it's not it's just not an instruction. It was something that was told to me, and I found it to be entirely reasonable, and so I went with it. And if it wasn't reasonable, you know, they told me they were going to build a, you know, 70-story apartment building on the land, then I would be like, well, is that reasonable? Doesn't seem maybe that can happen. But solar panels, sure, seemed entirely reasonable. So I didn't have any reason to question it.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll move to a different topic.
Sure.
In pages 114 and 115 of the PDF, that's your second report, which is Exhibit C163. You have a section called proof. If we can scroll up, yeah, proof of claimant's actual investments.
Sure.
And then in that section, you say whether or not the evidence provided by claimant, that's paragraph 406, whether or not the evidence provided by claimant is sufficiently probative is not a matter for quantum experts to opine upon, but rather strictly within the domain of the tribunal. Can you see that?
I definitely see that. Yes.
Okay. I'm understanding. I'm interested in understanding what you were able to gather from the relevant documents that you saw, and let me refer you to Appendix M. That's page 132 of the PDF in your same report, Exhibit C163.
Sure.
So here we have Appendix M to the second expert report of Brent Kaczmarek. Summary of wire transfers related to Lajun.
Okay.
You see that? And then you have a note 1 that says compilation of wire transfer documents evidencing claimants' payments for shares and land, and it's Exhibit C179. So you reviewed Exhibit C179 to prepare Appendix M, is that correct?
Yes. Correct.
And on the basis of the information of C79, you summarize it in the table. Did you review? And then if we go up, we have sources, note 1, and that's what we just read, not number 1.
Sure.
Did you review anything other than what you put as source for note number 1? Something other than C179?
I don't think so, counsel. No.
Okay. So I would like to go to the first half of the table. So we have the first 14 rows. We can distinguish them because they have notes 1, then 1, 2, and then they start with note 3. So I want to focus on the first 14 that have note 1 attached to them.
Sure.
So this table is basically a summary of the information from C79, the wire transfers, as said on top of the table, for 14 different transactions on 14 different dates. Is that correct? It's a fair characterization of your table.
That's exactly what I was about to say. I think that's a fair characterization. Yes.
Very good. So let me walk you through the table. So
Sure.
you have a first column, it's source and notes. That's where the information comes from. Then date, and that refers to the date of the wire transfer. Is that correct?
Yes, I suppose so. Let's.
And then you have the wire amount, and you have a third column called total amount. And that's the total amount of the wire transfer for that date. Is that correct? For instance, 208,000.
Yes.
Then you have the payer, the recipient that also comes from the wire transfer. And then you have a column called memo and details on transfer. That's also information that comes from the wire transfer, right? It's normally a small box at the bottom of the transaction, correct?
I don't recall. Again, none of this goes to my calculation of fair market value or damages. So, but perhaps.
Okay, I'll show you some of the documents in C179, and we'll go there. But just before we go there, you have two columns, shares and land, and then operating costs. Do you remember? You may not remember, but do you remember if that's information that comes from the wire?
I'm not sure if it came from the wire or an explanation from the claimant as to what the payment was, covering.
Okay. Now, I would like to focus on row 10, which has notes 1, 2. And this is a transfer from April 29, 2014. And I would like to go to C179, page 29, which is the transaction for that wire. And maybe Belen, can we put the wire next to the table, or is that not possible? Maybe it's not possible.
No podemos, Dori. Vas a tener que llevarlo de uno al
We
otro.
cannot do it like that.
That's fine. So here, this is a transfer. It's the same date, April 29, 2014. And can you see that? The same date?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, thank you.
And then you have the amount, 181,163.
I can see that, yes.
And then if you go back to the table, that's the same amount we have in total, 181,163, correct?
That appears to be correct, yes.
So this wire transfer in C179, page 29 of the PDF, that's the support for that entry in your table, correct?
Yes, I guess so.
Okay. And then
it doesn't have anything to do with my valuation.
No, it's related to another section of your report. So if we go back to C179, just to scroll it, the only number is 181, 163. No, that's the only number in that wire transfer. And if we go back, then you have that small table I mentioned below called the details in the wire transfer. And it just says Re Lajun. Can you see that?
Down at the bottom here, Ray
Yep.
Lajun, yeah, I see that.
Very good. So if we go back to the table, then we have Lajun here. But here in your table, you have two numbers, 151, 163, and $30,000. And the first number I mentioned is classified in your table, shares and land. And the second amount is operating costs. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Now we have a note 2 to your line. And if we go to your table, it says note 2. We understand that the wire transfers initiated on April 29, 2014 and December 16, 2014 were used partially for the purchase of Lajun shares and or the land and partially for the payment of operating and administrative costs. Now, my question is, you have this note, we understand, because it doesn't come from the wire transfer, correct?
Well, I think it somewhat comes from the wire transfer, but we were trying to understand the nature of the numbers that were given to us. And so
Exactly. Some of it
we
comes from the
explained-
wire transfer and some doesn't come from the wire transfer.
Mr. President, he was explaining the question which was asked as to why it was that the numbers on the chart didn't match, in council's view, the numbers on the wire transfer. He began to explain it and she cut him off.
I'm sorry. I'll strive not to do this again, Mr. Kaczmarek.
Thank you for your understanding.
No worries. So again, I mean, we were trying to be comprehensive and mention where we understood a number to relate to one category and where we a number related to another category. So
Exactly. So that's what I gathered from your table, that when everything came from the wire transfer, you had only source note 1, that's exhibit C179, and no further clarification. And in this case, you have notes 1 and 2 because not all the information came from the wire. And let me take you, I'm tying myself. It will be easier like this. Let me take you to exhibit C196, page 40 of the PDF. So here we have the same amount, 181, 163. And it's the same date, April 29, 2014. Can you see that?
yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And then you have the amount of 151, 163 is a payment towards the outstanding balance to Mr. Lopez and for the purchase, and 30,000 is for the capital needed to start our plastic recyclable business. So you saw this email to do your table, correct? That's where the division comes from.
I believe so. That seems correct. Yes.
Okay. And then I'll show you another example. It's row 14, and we have the same thing. We have a transfer from December 16, 2014 for 1,165,000. And that's again divided in two categories,
Right.
shares and land and operating costs. And we have again the same source, notes 1 and 2. You see that?
Sure.
So let me show you the request, which is Exhibit C 179, page 41 of the PDF. So it's the same date, December 16, 2014. And the amount is 1,165,000. Can you see that?
Yep.
And then if we scroll through the wire, that's all the information on numbers. And you just have the details of payment. It only says Lajun, correct?
It says Lahun. Yes, correct.
And then if we go to your Appendix M, the table we were just looking at, the transaction is again divided in 2 categories, correct?
Yes.
And
correct.
because that division doesn't come from the wire transfer, you again have a note that says 1 and 2, correct?
There is notations 1 and 2. Yes.
So, and then if we can go to Exhibit 196, page 57 of the PDF. So it has the date, December 15, 2014.
Sure.
Did you see a copy of this email that wasn't redacted?
I don't know. If this
You
is
don't know.
the email that's in the record, this is what I saw.
Okay. So did you see any other information or any information that's not in the record on the payments for the acquisition of the investment and that you didn't either not accompany?
No. Frankly, the acquisition cost was not interesting to me. I was more interested in what the project was worth. I only looked at the acquisition costs because I think your expert brought it up.
Okay. Very good. Let me ask how much time. Okay. I'll change to a different topic. The cash flows for the your cash flows, the cash flows that you use in your valuation of Lajun.
Sure.
And that goes to what we were seeing just earlier about category number 2, the quantification of claimants lost in the fair market value of the shares of Lajun. So that's the topic I'm going to address. Okay.
Perfect.
And one of the methods you employ is the DCF method, correct?
Yes.
And the DCF method requires you to discount back to present value free cash flows using a discount rate, correct?
Correct.
So what you told us in your presentation is you did the discount rate analysis, but you took the cash flows from Deltaway, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were not involved in the preparation of the cash flows, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And let me ask you, if the cash flows were not reliable, or if the tribunal were to find that the cash flows are not reliable, then your NPV would not be reliable, is that correct?
I I guess so, but if it wasn't reliable, I wouldn't present it to the tribunal.
Okay. And I think you already told me you were not involved in the design of the cash flows, but you were not involved in the project either, right?
Correct. I did not have any contemporaneous involvement in the project.
Okay. And you mean contemporaneous, you didn't have an involvement either in 2014, 2015, or 2019? Never, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as an expert, you have done cash flows, model cash flows before, correct?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Of course, yeah. And let's see, where's my question? Just before I get there,
I valued
did you
all sorts of power plants. All sorts of power plants. So
and when you did your NPV, did you ask Delta Wave for its model, for the live version of its model?
we asked them for their model. Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Did you try to independently reproduce the cash flow in the model?
I did not double check or try to confirm their numbers.
Okay.
Other than just mathematically, what they gave me, that's all I confirmed. I was, because I don't have any experience in waste energy power plants, I couldn't challenge anything
Exactly. But did you
they
try
sent to me.
to? Okay.
But mathematically, it all worked out.
Did you check the live version of their cash flows that they submitted in reply
Sure.
to?
Yes.
Did you
Yes.
notice that Quadrant said that there was a mismatch between the live version and the non-live version?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Did you ask for the support for the cash flows for the model for the project in the feasibility study? The cash flow that was prepared in 2014, 2015 with the feasibility study. Did you ask for that information?
Sure.
Were they given to you?
Yes, I'm pretty sure that would have been given to me.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you aware that respondent asked for that model in document production and that claimant said it didn't exist?
That the model from 2014 didn't exist.
Exactly.
I have no idea. I just know that I met with Delta Way. They told me this is the model we prepared, and they, we said, okay, can you update it to 2017 as to what would be the realistic model as of that date? And they did. That's it. That's all.
Okay.
That's all I know.
Okay. And one of the reasons you give for not having done the cash flows, because as you said earlier, you've modeled cash flows many times before. And in this way, in this case, it was done by somebody else. And in your second report, and paragraph 69, that's page 24 of the PDF,
Sure.
you give a reason why it's, yeah. You say paragraph 68, that Delta Way's contemporaneous work resulted in the preparation of a business plan. And then you say that when a detailed contemporaneous business plan exists, where is it? This evidence is far more preferable to business plans and financial models created solely as evidence to resolve the subsequent dispute. So
Sure.
that's the reason why you didn't do the cash flows, because there was a contemporary model, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And let me ask you a few hypothetical questions.
Sure.
Just because you have been an expert in many cases, and I don't want you to think that you have to say anything about Delta Way. They're just hypothetical.
Sure.
If it were determined that Delta Way did not really update the feasibility study, but did a new model, that would not be the best evidence, correct? It would not be a contemporaneous business plan anymore, correct? If
I mean, like a lot of, like I said, like a lot of mining cases I do, you know, if someone's done a business plan like Deltaway has done, I would rely on that. There's no reason to doubt the professionalism, of the work being done, because it's done in the ordinary course of business. It's not being done for purposes of arbitration or litigation. So I would rely on it.
exactly. So now let me go to a different topic.
Sure.
You disagree with Quadrant's valuation of the existing business, is that correct?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. You say that Quadrant values the project as an open air dump. That's what you say, correct?
Well, that's what they presume to be doing, is valuing the business, assuming it gets a terrible tipping fee to continue to run the business for another 7 years before it's filled up.
Probably let's go to your second report, page 36 of the PDF. It's a paragraph 110.
Sure.
There, Quadrant models as a simple open air dump. But you know that Quadrant does not assume that Duquesa would continue as an open air dump. they assumed that Lajun would have invested considerable amounts to improve it. Do you know that?
They do, they do assume they would invest some amounts, but of course not recover them, which
Okay.
makes zero sense.
So,
Why would a person, why would any operator of this landfill invest a bunch of money if they weren't going to recover it?
I don't want to interrupt you, and I won't, but just let me go piece by piece, please.
Sure.
So they assume that Lajun would have improved Duquesa by treating leachates. Do you know that?
I think they have put in some money. Yes.
Okay.
That would,
And they also
for
assume,
the leach. Yes.
and they also assume that Lajun would have covered all the existing waste. Do you know that?
Sure. But
And they also,
how could they not recover all that money?
let me ask the questions. And then they also assume a leachate treatment plant. Do you know that?
He might have assumed that. I can't remember. But again, what I would say is anything that is invested into this plant should be paid for and
Yes.
recovered. So it doesn't make any sense for him to say they have to do all these things and can't get money back to recover it, so it's worthless. It's a negative investment. Nobody would make these investments, of course.
Just
Who would
please-
do that? Who would
please
do that? Who would invest money into a plant and I expect to get the money returned to them? I mean, it doesn't
Okay.
make any sense.
Okay, so please just stay with me with the questions.
Sure.
So if we go to quadrant report page 40 of the PDF, that's the first report, paragraphs 93 and 94.
Sure.
So those paragraphs summarize and what we just said. And do you know it's 9.6 million to cover existing waste? I'm sorry, this is in Spanish, but you can see that 9.6 million. And
I
then
can't
para
confirm that. All I can confirm is what I've told you. Mr. Flores is assuming somebody would just
just
invest
please stay
money
with me.
in this project, but not have any aspect of recovering it.
Please
It makes zero
stay with
sense.
me.
Makes zero sense.
Please stay with
So-
me with the question. I ask a specific question. Please don't answer something that is not my question, please.
Okay.
I think,
Yes.
Mr. President, it may be helpful if Ms. Yoldi is going to show a sentence or a paragraph in Spanish that someone read it so that the interpreter could interpret it for Mr. Kuzmarek.
You're right, Mr. Cheskin. Please,
Yes.
Ms. Joby, I
Thank you.
was thinking in exactly the same thing. Maybe you can
Thank you.
use a document in Spanish, please. Give the time.
And I think it may be the case that we have paragraph 93 and 94 in English. Should I put it in English, Mr. President, or should I read it in Spanish for the interpreter?
If you read in Spanish, the interpreter will
Okay.
translate for
Fine.
the
Fine for me.
Un comprador interesado en comprar Lajun.
An interested buyer in buying Lajun would need to invest $9.6 million during an 8-year period up to 2025 to cover existing waste. This estimation is based on the costs of closure of the original landfill of 87 hectares. And then it goes on. The existing business would have to expend 12.2 million in capital costs for the improvement of the sanitary landfill that IAB uses in its model for a leachate plant, a fence, and water treatment. Deltway recognizes that these improvements are not enough to classify Duquesa as a sanitary landfill according to the World Bank because it does not include the installation of a system of for the treatment of residues.
Can you hear me?
Mhm. I
Okay.
can hear you.
And you read, you got the translation, correct?
Thank you. Yes, I did.
So Quadrant is not assuming that Duquesa stays as an open dump, correct? Just yes or no?
Well, they do accept that there would be some investment to remediate, but when they talk about the tipping fee, they only want to apply a tipping fee of an open air dump, not a more sanitary dump. That's the problem I have with their analysis.
So now you're going to slightly different, but so your only problem with the valuation of the existing business is the tipping fee, correct?
No, I wouldn't characterize my opinion as that. I dislike your characterization of the existing business.
I'm
That's-
sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, I'll call it Lajun without the WTE, without the IRRF. Is that fair?
It's not, I don't think it's fair. No, I think a business is, something that you are attempting to accomplish, and, characterizing this business as something other than, an IRRF is just wrong. So.
But that's not for you to decide, is it? It's for the tribunal to decide.
Ms. Joldi, I think perhaps the expert at this moment deserves a rest.
Yes, sure.
If you allow me, maybe we can decide to make a 15 minutes break at this
Okay.
point. It's okay for you?
Yes, that's perfect.
Okay, Mr. Jeskin, do you agree?
Yes, thank you.
So, Mr. Xamarek, you are still, as you know, in the examination. So, of course, if you need to go to the bathroom, you can go. But you cannot be in touch with anyone.
Understood, okay. Mr. President. Thank you.
Okay. So, Alonso, we can go to the rooms now.
Perfect. Opening breakout rooms. Abro las salas. Back in 15 minutes.
Just camera and Johan Lovers is zooming. Please, Ms. Joldi.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi again, Mr. Kaczmarek. I'm just going to ask you a few final questions. If we can go to Appendix J of your first report, that's page 370 of the PDF, and it's Exhibit C127. Okay. So this, if we go to the title, this is your calculation of the value of the land that could have been a solar facility with solar panels. Can you see that? You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Okay. So can you see
Yes,
this is
Sure.
Appendix J and it's for the land as a solar facility.
correct. Yes,
And in row 1, you have the projected revenues for the solar facility, correct?
that is correct.
So for instance, in fiscal year 2029, you have 8.4 million in revenue, correct?
I think that is the number you're highlighting. Yes,
And then in row 2, you have operating expenses, which are costs, correct? Operating
Cor-
expenses, yeah. It's
correct.
a cost, and it's 437,000 for fiscal year 2029, correct?
Correct.
And then you have an EBITDA for 2029 of 8.8 million. Can you see that?
I think so. Yes.
And that's higher than revenues, correct?
I can't see
Can
that.
you zoom in, please, Amran? Yeah, probably. Yeah, and if you can move a bit to the left so he can see that 8.8 is, yeah, exactly. So you have an EBITDA of 8.8. That's higher than the revenues, correct?
Well, it is, but then there's depreciation, amortization.
Yes, but here,
So it might be deducted there.
but the EBITDA, you should be subtracting 437,000, correct? Not adding it. That's a mistake.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a mistake unless I'm relying on it, but we're clearly deducting depreciation, amortization, and a lower number.
Exactly. But the EBITDA,
Yeah.
that should be lower than the revenues, not higher.
Yeah, I agree with you. I see what you're saying, but I don't think it's necessarily a mistake that leads to an error in what we've done.
Okay. And you, okay, this is just to confirm, this is your valuation of the land. If you go below that, you have valuation date, growth rate, and if you go a little below, Amran,
Sure.
you have the discounted cash flows. So you are relying on it, correct?
Well, after deducting the full amount of depreciation and amortization, sure.
Okay. Mr. President, I may have just to wait. I think I don't have any more questions for Mr. Kuzmarek.
You think or you are sure?
Now I'm sure.
Okay. Okay, thank you. It is a little bit more than 1 hour. Thank you very much, Ms. Scholdi. Mr. Cheskin, you need some time to start, or you can start on the spot.
At most 2 minutes before I announce what we were going to do. That's okay.
Okay, we remain here. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. President, we're ready whenever everyone else is.
Now, please.
I don't see counsel for Curtis on the screen.
Un minuto, por favor.
Sí.
Just-
no se preocupe.
Just a moment, please. I think that my colleague had to get up for a moment. I think she'll be right back.
Only?
We have no further questions. We have no questions.
Okay. Okay, now for the questions, let's wait for Miss Jolly before.
Gracias,
announcing.
señor presidente. Ujú.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In the meantime, Mr. Kazmarek, your collar you're doing a Dilbert there. If you want to fix your collar.
Señor presidente, no quiero entretenerlo. Si el tribunal quiere pasar a las preguntas, ya que counsel no
I
tiene.
don't want to hold you up. If you want to go on to tribunal's questions, since counsel for the other party has no redirect. I'm right here. You sure? Yes, I am sure. Thank you very much. I'm not sure whether my colleagues have any questions. I do have a question, Mr. President. Please go ahead, Professor Cohen.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Mr. Marek. I would like to raise just a very short question concerning your Appendix M. If someone
Sure.
can kindly put it on screen, it would be easier.
Yep. I agree.
Can anyone put?
Estamos trabajando en eso, profesor Cohen, si nos da un segundito.
We're working on that, Professor Cohen, if you give us just a second.
Yes.
Sure.
So here you have, well, this is the summary of the wire transfers related to Lajun. And in the last column, you have the memo details on transfers. And there are some rows for which there is no information, N/A. So you assume that these were operating costs. In some cases, the recipient is indeed Lajun, in other cases it is not. Did you ask about these transfers? What was the reason for these transfers?
So for the operating costs, what we understood was that Mr. Li Chin was transferring money to be able to continue to operate the business. And it was done in a way, as you see here, as opposed to like a formal share capital increase or something like that. So that this was going, because he owned 90% of the business, he was going to formalize this after having done this. But other than that, I don't have any knowledge of how those funds were utilized than what you see here.
So you assume that these were operating costs?
Correct.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kaczmarek. Thank you, Mr. President. No further questions.
Thank you, Marcelo. Christian, do you have any question? No. This also my case. So Mr. Kaczmarek, you are now totally free, at least for the moment. I don't know if we need you in the future, but
I will be available.
so far you are free.
I will be available,
If-
Mr. President, if you need me. So I'll be watching, and if you need me, just please call upon
Okay.
me.
Okay, and thank you very much for your cooperation with this tribunal. It's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think we can take just a few minutes in order to start with the new expert. Is that okay for the parties?
Señor presidente, si esto lo encuentra usted como una buena oportunidad, nos
Mr. Chairman, if you think, or Mr. President, if you think this would be a good opportunity, before we begin, we'd like to introduce the respondents experts. And we have a significant request for documents. We'd like to explain it. If you think this is the appropriate moment, we'd like to do so before the experts begin, because it is related precisely to the documents that have been projected in at the table at Appendix M, and the emails which have been highly controversial and which have been discussed in the hearing. So I'm ready to do that right now. If you allow me to, I would like to put it on the record, because we are concerned and we do have that request.
Mr. Cheskin,
Mr. Lorenzo will be,
Yep.
I'm going to pass the microphone to Mr. Lorenzo, if that's all right.
Mr. Lorenzo, do you have anything to comment on the question raised by Mrs. Frutos Peterson?
En realidad, perdón que lo interrumpa,
Candidly,
señor presidente.
excuse
I'm
me.
sorry to interrupt you.
Admittedly, Mr. Chairman, I don't know anything about what this request is going to be. It hasn't been communicated to me previously. So I am, to use a Spanish word, me lo estoy desayunando at this moment. So I've never heard of it before. So I look forward to hearing what the request is.
But in the question is that about a request for documents. That was the expression used by Dr. Frutos, and the only thing is if you are ready to discuss about this in this moment, or you prefer to do this, for example, in 15 minutes, or did you have a break before? Because I think it is sooner or later we will discuss on this. So,
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to hear from La Doctora Frutos Peterson now. I just don't know what it's about, because prior to learning it right now, we have, at least Ms. Frutos Peterson has not, made us aware of the concern. So I'm happy to hear it now, but we are going to be hearing it for the first time, Mr. Chairman. So it is very likely that I'm not going to be in a position to substantively respond.
okay, you will have the opportunity to comment and oppose or confirm everything you wish. That is clear for the arbitral tribunal. Entonces, por favor, doctora Frutos Peterson.
So, Ms. Frutos Peterson, you can go ahead and state what you wanted to state. Thank you very much. I also thank my colleagues from the other side. This request, distinguished members of the tribunal, is directed to you pursuant to paragraph 15.4, procedural order number 1, which allows for the possibility of requesting a production of documents in exceptional circumstances to make such requests of the tribunal. And so long as it's, of course, well grounded, we believe we have grounds, and that's what we want to set forth to the tribunal at this time. As you know, distinguished members of the tribunal, the Republic requested information about the evidence of the claimant's investment from before the time it submitted its answer on the merits, and this was to, or a counter memorial on the merits, and this was in August of 2020. As you know, in our memorial, counter memorial was submitted in December of 2020, and we made that request in order to adequately establish our jurisdictional and admissibility objections in that memorial. Claimant on that occasion opposed, alleging that there was going to be a document production phase, and that at that time, that would be the adequate phase for making such requests. The tribunal also addressed that situation, said likewise, and the Republic requested that. We made our document production request on the issue related to the supposed investments of Mr. Li Chin. In that, or the alleged investments of Mr. Li Chin. In that second phase of requesting documents, the tribunal may recall that the claimant produced information which it followed up on with its April 2021 reply as C 188 and C 189. The tribunal recalled that these include a compendium of documents of transfers of IAC, Barbados Holding and Limited, which global holdings, of which we've spoken of so much in recent days. In its rejoinder on the merits submitted in August 2021, the Republic said this was not sufficient evidence for the claimant to prove that he had actually made those investments and that the investments were protected by this treaty. With its rejoinder on the jurisdiction of 2021, that is to say, the last memorial filed by claimant in this case, it attached once again C-188 and C-189, the same exhibits, but on this occasion it added emails which contain its instructions related to the bank transfers. These new appendices with the emails are identified in the record as C-196 and C-204. Now, those emails, as we noted in our opening, have a significant the text expunged, and under C-196, page 6, 19, 23, 36, 40, 44, 45, 49, 53, and 57. The emails that are in Exhibit C are 204, C204, also have a significant amounts marked out, which this is at pages 3, 15, 19, 36, and 131. As I was saying, the claimant crossed out significant sections of these emails, and thus the respondent has not been able to analyze them in full. Nonetheless, as has come out in the course of this hearing, even the information that is visible gives rise to doubts for the respondent as to the tribunal's jurisdiction, and with all due respect, we also believe that it should give rise to doubts in the minds of the tribunal. So in that same rejoinder on jurisdiction by claimant's attorneys, they indicated that considering that Mr. Li Chin is subject to cross-examination by the respondent, his statements on the form and amount of his alleged investments should be given deference. That is what the respondent said in its reply on jurisdiction in paragraph 71. Now, picking up on the recommendation of the claimant, the respondent has waited to conduct the cross-examination here for Mr. Li Chin. Unfortunately, as you saw, during the examination, Mr. Li Chin did not provide any additional information on these transfers. The only thing he told us was that he was not aware of that. He received so many emails every day, and all of that was very detailed information, that he had accounting and legal teams, and that they covered those details or handled those details, and that there was nothing not to be understood in those emails. And you can see this in the transcript A2 of this hearing at page 399. This morning, during the cross-examination of claimant's expert, it was verified that that expert had access to the emails that were included in C-196 with nothing crossed out or expunged. Neither the claimant nor neither the respondent nor their experts have been able to view these emails in proper form. I leave it up to the tribunal if you want to look at that debate. This is at in the transcript from lines 5313 to 5317. For this reason, distinguished members of the tribunal, we request, the respondent does, under paragraph 15.4 of Procedure Order 1, that the tribunal order the claimant to produce the emails included in appendices or exhibit C-196 and C-204 in full, with nothing expunged. And when we make this request, what we are referring to is that we need to see these files in their native format, not in the PDF format, because that is the only way to confirm the information, the metadata of the emails, which is essential information that we would need in order to corroborate who are the senders, who are the recipients, and the full content of those documents. In that sense, we would like to be given not only those emails, but also the chain of emails to which reference is made, because evidently when you see those emails and what is crossed out, you see that there are other emails that were not attached. The respondent asked for this production of documents. We believe that it is sufficiently well-grounded and in exceptional circumstances, and I conclude by stating these grounds for exceptional circumstances. First, the reticence of the claimant to provide evidence of his alleged investments, which the respondent has asked for ever since August of 2020. The fact that the claimant has waited until the last moment to submit the support for the alleged contributions, we believe is a strategic maneuver such that for the respondent to not be able to fully enjoy his right to defense and to be able to question those documents. The fact that these supporting documents had erasures or text crossed out, well, none of those emails is protected by any privilege. They're all the person's names who appear. Well, it's the accounting department of Portland, I think it is. There are communications from Mr. Lee Chin to Mr. Asilis, from Mr. Adrian Lee Chin, and that is all. The impossibility of the respondent contradicting that evidence during the cross-examination of Adrian Lee Chin also has a negative impact or impairs the right to defense of the respondent. And fifth, the fact that the experts of the respondent have not had access to the same evidence to which the claimant's experts had access is what we consider a violation of the principle of equality of arms. Finally, we would also like, and having heard the expert for claimant this morning, we would also like to ask the tribunal for production of the electronic model prepared by Delta Way for support for its feasible study of 2016. The claimant told us there were no more responsive documents to our request. The tribunal determined that if such documents existed, they should be provided. The claimant's expert this morning in the cross confirmed that that model had been prepared by Delta Way in 2015, that model exists. The respondent and its experts have not had any opportunity to examine that model, which is violation of due process. The respondent asked claimant to present a live version of the document in Excel format or a native format. And here we reiterate the same request because evidently, as the expert for claimant said this morning, that document exists. He has seen it and he used it for part of his report. We have not been able to have access to that document, which we understand exists. Well, we have heard that it exists. And the expert has so confirmed this morning, and that merely corroborates our suspicions. With that, I conclude. Thank you very much for listening to us. We believe that we have grounds that support our request. And we are attentive to how the tribunal might want to handle the situation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Independent of what the claimant will say, the tribunal would be most grateful if what you have told us, which I believe you already have written, perhaps not in a cleaned up form, if you could submit that in writing as well, once it's ready and you think it's the right time to submit it in writing. Yes, we shall do so. Thank you.
Mr. Lorenzo, you wish answer now, or you need some time to answer? I'm talking about a first answer on this, or please let me know.
Mr. Chairman, first, I do want to say something now, but clearly there's a lot to unpack with that. There's no doubt that Ms. Frutos Peterson has been thinking about this for some time, because clearly there's some sort of written submission that she's read this morning, and it is going to take us some time to unpack all of that and substantively and robustly respond. But my preliminary thoughts, without waiving my right to more substantively respond to the request, which, Mr. Chairman, in all candor, I don't believe can happen between today and tomorrow, because we're in the midst of a hearing. My team is here and we're focused on the testimony, not on a request that's being made hours in to the second to last day of a final hearing. That said, Mr. Chairman, what I find interesting about this request and the seriousness with which it's brought is that if we look at the entire file, all of the evidence, do you know how many emails the Dominican Republic has produced? To us, 0. Even though correspondence has been requested, even though correspondence has been asked for, including email correspondence. So this cataclysmic emergency event that brought virtually every organ of the Dominican Republic to a standstill didn't generate a single email communication that warranted production. Or perhaps all of those emails, like the documents during the jurisdictional phase, were magically burned in a fire. Other documents that have not been produced. We heard through the testimony of the good doctor from the Ministry of Health, where she said that Lahun was inspected by the ministry once a month. Once a month. Region 3 would do that inspection. And Region 3 would generate reports, and those reports were then filtered across a multitude of governmental organizations. We asked for those documents. They weren't produced. And apparently the efforts, the great efforts that the Dominican Republic went into trying to find them was limited to the governmental lawyers, not Curtis, sending a letter to Region 3 and Region 3 saying they don't want them. Or rather, they couldn't find them. They didn't go to the other ministries that receive those on a regular basis to see if they had them in their care, custody, or control. Why would they? So if the idea is now to start asking for documents that haven't been produced, then I too have a request, Mr. Chairman, and that the Dominican Republic locate those documents that were issued by the Ministry of Health after monthly inspections, after monthly inspection of the Duquesa landfill, documents that were requested, documents that haven't been produced. And I would also add that I would like to have the complete expediente of all of the ministries involved. And we saw the folio numbers during the testimony. And that complete expediente, similarly, Mr. Chairman, has not been produced. So just as we are receiving a request, well, here too is a request, which is violating our due process rights and the ability of our client to prosecute his claim. These documents that are now the source of complaint, Mr. Chairman, are documents that have been in the record in the form that they were redacted for years, since April, October of 2021. And what is some of the information that was redacted? Well, you can see it, because if you look at C196.3, what is redacted? What is the nefarious information that we're withholding? The bank account number. I guess they want the bank account number. The beneficiary's bank account number. And I'm looking at C196.003, just as an example. And Mr. Chairman, I think that this is gamesmanship. I think that this is something that has been in the works for some time. I think it's completely inappropriate. And we think it will impact significantly the ability of this hearing to end when it's scheduled to end, and for post-hearing submissions to follow thereafter. Because there is no doubt that if we now have to produce all of these documents, and if the Dominican Republic now has to produce the documents that we are requesting, well, then clearly they're going to have to be provided. Written submissions with respect to them are going to have to be made, which could include additional fact witnesses or expert testimony, ultimately culminating in another series of hearings. And I don't think that inures to the benefit of Mr. Lee Chin, but perhaps it is absolutely the goal of the Dominican Republic. And I don't think it inures to the benefit of this proceeding. Now, with respect to the model, and I disagree wholeheartedly with the characterization of the testimony that took place yesterday and that took place today with respect to the model. And we'll go to the transcript to clarify that once we have an opportunity to more robustly respond. So, Mr. Chairman, these are my preliminary thoughts with respect to this extraordinary and extemporaneous request that quite honestly, before being brought to this tribunal as it was this morning, to my great surprise, I would have hoped that La Doctora Frutos Peterson would have come to me first to explore whether or not some of these challenges and these nefarious concerns that she has, we could have put them to rest. These documents have been there for months. They have done nothing with respect to challenge what we did. They were part of the documents that were produced way back when. So they've had them for a long, long time. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I'll pause and I'll reiterate again that I would, as the tribunal has requested, ask that La Doctora Frutos Peterson please provide the written summary of her request. We will similarly provide a written summary of our request for the documents at Region 3 for all email communications that concern the vast majority of things that are at issue here. And then we would ask a reasonable period of time, Mr. Chairman, shortly after the conclusion of the hearing, to address this extemporaneous and we believe out of time and impermissible request for production of additional documents. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time and the opportunity to provide our preliminary observations.
Thank you very much. We will make a break in principle for 15 minutes. I think it could be okay. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Por favor, Alonso, nos envías a las salas pequeñas.
Alonso, if you could please send us to the breakout rooms.
Mr. President, if you deem proper, we can check the audio of the upcoming experts. We're not there yet, Alonso, we're not there yet. Therefore, the experts may be there as long as they want, but they could turn off their cameras.
DJSGL, si pueden apagar sus cámaras, por favor. Gracias.
We are asking the experts to turn off their cameras. The tribunal discussed the issues stated by respondent and also claimant's response. The tribunal, first of all, thinks that as they have anticipated, this is something that has to be put in writing, and it has to be duly reasoned. based on 15.4 of the procedural order number 1 by respondent. Respondent may take some time. They do not need to do it today or tomorrow because they're working on a different issue. So they could do it by Friday next week at the latest. Claimant will also have a week to respond. And we have no intention of undermining the rights that the parties have and that this tribunal has sought to protect, and that will continue to be our way of working. So the tribunal is urging the parties to avoid any accusations about more and more, who is asking for more documents. If you think that you have a right to something that could offer the evidence or that during the examinations in this hearing, you think that something needs to be clarified, please state it. As I have indicated, please address it and the tribunal shall make the proper decision. At any rate, let me be clear that for the parties to have the opportunity to respond and once again to enforce their rights, this is something that goes without saying. In this situation, we're going to bear in mind that this is the way we're going to proceed. We are discussing documents that have been requested. There has been some emphasis on that request, and the tribunal has already said, and these are the rules of the game. The tribunal has already said that they have the tools to make conclusions or draw inferences due to the non-presentation or the faulty presentation of documents. Please bear in mind that this is something that the tribunal is aware of, and this is for all of you who are here, who are well-experienced individuals. This is something quite common, that not all of the documents requested by the parties are presented in full or as requested by the other party. So bearing this in mind, please make your statements. This is already on the recording of the hearing. In this situation, we are going to continue as we had planned by listening to the experts. We have quadrant tomorrow, GS held now, and in case, I'm sorry, Marisa, I think Marisa is texting me. Yes, we do not have the transcript into Spanish. I did not mean to interrupt you, but we can check it now probably. Let me finish, and if I have to repeat, I will. Thank you. Thank you. I was not looking at the transcript. So this is regarding the request. As to the hearing, we will continue as we had planned. And once the tribunal receives the documents, if claimant is requesting other documents, clearly 15.4 referred to before need to be complied with, and if they think that other documents need to be requested, we also need to give the possibility to respondent to make a comment on those requests. And with those documents, the tribunal shall make the proper decision. I am saying that any scenario is possible. It could be an additional procedural tribunal decision requesting additional documents. It could be that the tribunal entertains that request, or that we need to listen to the reasons again. There are many possibilities to address them all right now. I think that both parties are interested. Both parties are convinced that they are right, and they have arguments to support that, and the tribunal is deeply interested in concluding this case with a decision. And the parties will analyze later on what is more suitable for the interests that they represent. By next Friday, at the latest, we need a written submission on what Mrs. Frutos Peterson has just mentioned. And by the next, that is a week after next Friday, I think it will be Friday, February 11th, that would be for claimant to refer to that. And depending on the content of those pleadings, the tribunal will determine how to continue, and a decision will be made as soon as possible on the content of those documents. Please bear in mind that we had already said that the tribunal has planned a meeting for February 7th to have some discussions. And we ask you also to help the tribunal the same way that the tribunal is helping with you, so that we can make progress in getting to the final decision on this case. This is the way the tribunal is addressing your request. I would like to know whether the parties have any comments as to how to continue this arbitral proceeding. Dr. Frutos Peterson. Thank you, Mr. President. We think it's clear, and we will abide by your decision. Thank you very much. Thank you for your understanding.
Está muted.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me now? That procedure seems eminently reasonable. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you. Thank you also for your understanding. Veo que ahora ya está la transcripción.
I see that the transcript is back on. Therefore, we can now move on. Alonso, we are connected now with the experts that had to appear now. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just to double check that their interpretation channels are working. I am asking this to experts. Could you please choose the interpretation channel? Testing, this is English.
Correctamente.
They can hear us okay.
Sí, correcto. Los canales están funcionando correctamente, señor presidente. Creo que podemos proseguir.
Mr. President, I think we can proceed. Channels are working properly. Thank you very much. So let me greet the experts. I do not recall where you are located. Good morning, good afternoon. As you know, this is the case in which you have been called to offer your expert opinion, in this case between Mr. Michael Anthony Lee Chin and the Dominican Republic. And each of you should have in front of you a declaration which by means of which you will pledge to say the truth, etc., as stated in that declaration. So I'm going to ask you, starting with Mr. Martinez, to proceed by reading that declaration, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that I shall speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that my testimony will be in accordance with my sincere belief. There's no unauthorized person present in this room with me, and I cannot communicate with anyone else during my testimony. Thank you very much. In the other room, well, we are here together. Good afternoon. I solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that I shall speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that my testimony will be in accordance with my sincere belief. There is no unauthorized person present in this room with me, and I cannot communicate with anyone else during my testimony. Thank you very much, Mr. Aviega. And I think it might be Mrs. Joldi who will proceed with the examination. Thank you very much. Hi, Enrique and Guillermo, how are you? You have before you the reports submitted in this case, the two technical reports by experts. Yes, we have them. And do you have a copy of its appendices, their appendices? Some of them, yes. Is that the only information you have printed in the room? Yes, it is. Thank you. Is there any change or correction you would like to introduce in the report submitted? Yes, there is an errata which my colleague, Mr. Martinez, will introduce or will submit. Do you want to do that now, or is that part of your presentation? Well, if you don't mind, we can do that right away.
Guillermo.
Un segundo que estoy compartiendo la.
Just a second, I'm sharing the screen. Maybe I made a mistake here. Exactly. Thank you. You see it now? Yes. We just wanted to say that there is a mistake in our report regarding the amount of solid waste to be treated in the RDF and the W2E plants. This has to do with the report prepared 14 December 2020, paragraphs 75, 78, 98, and figure 7. And the second technical report, paragraphs 131, 132, and 155, submitted 10 August 21. As SCS engineers in Delta Way says, 18.2 of the waste is recyclable material, and it should go to the recycling plant and not the RDF or W2E plants. We had considered 13.2 instead of 18.2 in our calculations, and that made us be mistaken. It should be 1,075,000 instead of the 1,144,000 ton, and that's for 2017. And for 2034, we should have 1.889 million tons instead of 2.010 tons. And in the WTE plant, we also considered 13.2 instead of 18.42. And for 2017, it should be 430,000 instead of 452,000 tons. Well, in any case, this does not have any repercussion on the conclusions of our reports. Mr. Martinez, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but for the benefit of the interpreters and the court reporters, I think you're speaking a bit fast, or fast, just fast. So please slow down to be able to follow you, especially those who have to transcribe or interpret into English what you are saying. So if you could slow down a bit, we would really appreciate it. Do you want me to repeat? No. Up to now, nobody has been asking for that, but I'm looking at the transcription. And apparently there's no problem, but for a court reporter to follow that speed is quite difficult. It's a challenge. If you allow me, Mr. Chairman, I don't know, there's a bit of interference in the mic of Mr. Martinez. I don't know if you are hearing a little bit of background noise produced by the mic. Up to now, it's okay, but it could. Well, if you want, I could switch mics. Yes, I hear a bit of background noise, says the president. Do you hear me well? Better? Not quite. Maybe it has to do with the fact that there are two mics open in the same room. Mr. Rabiega has his microphone on mute. I think it's a matter of the connection because when the mouse is moved, there is some interference. Maybe it could be that, or maybe the mic is brushing against your clothes. It's not a matter of two mics open because the other mic, I see it and it's closed. So maybe we could test again, have Mr. Martinez speak to verify that there's no interference. Do you hear me now? This is the interpreter. The connection is very bad. Mr. Leachley, the words are okay, but at the end there is a noise. Maybe the microphone you were using before is better. I'm sorry for the interruption, but that's the way it is. Maybe it has to do with me using the mic, the mouse. In the lower left portion of your screen, what microphone did you select?
External mic 2. Que es el auricular que tengo
I
puesto.
didn't get that. The connection is extremely poor.
Enrique, si usas el micrófono de la sala, el que está en la mesa.
Enrique, maybe you should use the mic on the table and you should mute the other two. Maybe that is better. We'll test that, says Mr. Rabiega.
¿Podría hablar un poco más, por favor?
Could you say a few more words to verify audio quality? How do you hear us now? This is Guillermo Martinez. Is it better? Do you hear me better? Yes. Enrique, do you hear? This is the interpreter, a bit of echo. I'm going to check with the interpreters. Alonso, do you hear me? There's a bit of echo, but it's better than before. This is the interpreter.
¿Escuchan correctamente? ¿Mejor? ¿O sí? Ok. Sí, es un poco mejor la calidad, pero aún escuchan un poquito de...
Quality is a bit better, but there's still a bit of echo. Is the mic in the middle of the table between the two experts? Yes. Maybe you should use the mic that Enrique was using, which had better sound, in my opinion. Maybe it's Guillermo's mic that's producing the problems. Claudia, I tried with 2 different mics.
Pudiéramos empezar de esta forma si los
Could we begin that way if interpreters and court reporters agree, and we would pause if there is too much of a problem in order to correct the technical difficulties. I don't know if you agree with that procedure. Yes, I agree, says the president. Let's begin. And if they are not well understood, or if it's difficult to follow their reasoning, we will make a pause until we can solve the technical difficulty. So go ahead, please.
De acuerdo. Disculpen las
Okay.
Señores miembros del tribunal, equipos de la
Honorable members of the tribunal, claimant and defendant, good afternoon. Curtis requested JS held our opinion on the reports of Delta Way and the development of a WTF plant by Duquesa. My name is Enrique Aviega. I am in charge of construction disputes for Spain and Latin America. I'm an industrial engineer, and I used to work in other companies in the sector, including several years in one of the largest energy companies in Spain, where we had to analyze energy generation projects. We have also the expert Guillermo Martinez, due to the difficulties in this case. Mr. Martinez is an industrial engineer with 16 years experience in Voite, today called AFLI, which is one of the largest waste treatment companies. Since 2012, he is a director of technical services as part of RFC Group, which is an industrial company specializing in waste treatment. Guillermo has taken part in more than 20 projects in several countries for waste treatment, including feasibility studies and detailed engineering for construction. Presently, he is managing several waste-to-energy plants. We have divided this presentation in 5 sections. First of all, a review of the solid waste treatment sector and what this means for Duquesa. Then I will go into the steps for the development of a project of this characteristics and the situation of the project when this arbitration began. In third block, Guillermo will review the technical traits of the project proposed by Delta Way, the proposed characteristics, and he will give you a context of the state of the art in this area. In the fourth, Guillermo will analyze the business model proposed by Delta Way, comparing it with what we understood is reasonable, and we will then go into our conclusions. The tables are part of the reports, so we will go directly into the conclusions and results of these tables and figures. Starting with section 1, in the second half of the 20th century, developed countries began to perceive that solid waste was an environmental problem. Uncontrolled landfills were used in the beginning, and little by little they were controlled and they became sanitary landfills. This evolved until we had a new form for the treatment of solid waste with burning and recovery, reuse and minimization of waste, as well as prevention. This is what we call the hierarchy of waste management, which is stated in a document called Waste to Energy. In Latin America and the Caribbean, as per a study of the World Bank, more than half of these solid waste goes into sanitary landfills. Uncontrolled represent 26%, 50% are controlled landfills. Only 4.5 are recycled, and 0.1 is subjected to composting and burned. If we put together the two reports, we have a clear idea of the situation of the region in this pyramid of waste treatment. The report of the CHESA indicates that this was an uncontrolled landfill. The methane gas goes to the atmosphere, and there are other problems. Due to this situation, the expert report of Deltaway was contemplating an IRRF facility, an anaerobic digestion plant in blue, and the reuse of the waste. There's also the possibility of installing a PV plant. So Duquesa would go from one of the lowest end of the hierarchy to one of the highest end of the hierarchy in only 4 years, which is something that we see in many of the leading countries in the world in this area. Is this feasible, was our question. We understand that it isn't. We can't go from an uncontrolled landfill like Duquesa to other types of facilities which would be of high quality in the world. Let's go to a series of graphs which indicate the situation of incineration of waste in the world. We see this in this type of facility in countries that are high in the GDP list of the World Bank. And there's very few of those in Latin America, only one in Brazil. This is in line what the World Bank is saying regarding income levels. The WTE plants are used in high income and upper middle income countries, and in very small percentages, as you can see here. In line with the above, the facility proposed by Deltaway would put the DR at the top level of this sector in 4 years only. This would mean a quantic jump in this area. And this means that the installed capacity would be higher than the one in other countries. You can see similar data on the evolution of waste treatment in other countries. These data, and we underline data, led us to ask the following questions. Can the inhabitants of the DR pay this with subsidies or added fees? Does the DR have sufficient infrastructure to develop and operate this facility as in the countries with higher income? Is it feasible or reasonable to burn through stages in the waste hierarchy? The answer is no, because the technology must be appropriate to each reality. It has to be proven technology at a commercial level. It must be the right technology for the type of residue, and it must be sustainable, and it must be easy to manage and operate locally. For this, we use a quote by Adam Reed, which gives us context on what is being proposed. Golden rule: start small, keep it simple, and be cautious about magic solutions. This is what we are doing in many of the smaller projects in the country intended to improve waste management. These projects are more realistic in the solutions proposed, the timelines, and the investment proposed. They are simpler in the forms of treatment for waste, and they agree with the economic situation of the country and its position in the waste hierarchy. Let's go to section 2, and we will explain what the main steps in the development of these projects are. First, there's a feasibility study to prove that the project is feasible technically and economically, identifying the reality of the site and the conditions of the project. There must be a plan and licenses must be sought, identifying the different sources of financing. And then we go into a conceptual project where we design the engineering and you obtain the licenses. You go into a basic project where you obtain a definition of the management of the project and a detailed budget. Here we have a project in implementation with the construction and the building of the project with plans for the final solution. And with this, we go into the bidding process and the execution of the works, and finally, the operation of the infrastructure. Since this is a complex infrastructure project, it's usual to invest in the first phases of the project, to perform a feasibility study, and to have a pre-project stage, which is developed in solid. In this, the technical and financial steps were fulfilled, but we haven't received any calculation of costs or environmental permits. Regarding licenses, the license the contractor had was the concession for the landfill. So these are some of the licenses needed for this project, such as a construction permit, traffic studies and access studies, environmental permits, including water management, the management of hazardous waste, etc. We didn't receive anything of this sort, so we considered that the claimant had not performed this. There were no documents, and there had been very little development of this sort. The feasibility study was superficial, without sufficient documentation. There's no analysis of the viability of the project. There is an insufficient analysis of the conditions of the project. For example, there was no analysis whether the electricity produced could be offloaded, and this is something that would be required. And no licenses or permits were sought, and sources of financing were not identified. All these aspects make us doubt the credibility of the figures, and the viability, the technical viability of the project is in question as well, and even its possible implementation. So my colleague will continue with section 3. My name is Guillermo Martinez. Good morning to all. We now go into the most important technical projects. There was a feasibility study report, and then the arbitration began. And in January 2019, there is the expert study from Delta Way. After that, GS Held requested essential information for the production of the project, which was requested in the production phase. The claimant did not produce any of the 30 fundamental documents we requested. In the second report, in April 2021, Delta Way replied to some of the sections requested, and they did so partially. There is no appendix produced by Delta Way with justifying documents for this project. And this leads us to the technical expert report produced by Deltaway in 10th of August, 2021. There are three phases proposed to the project. First of all, a remediation, partial remediation of the project without turning the dump into a sanitary landfill. There would be a WTE LFG plant constructed in part of the landfill, and we will see what these facilities involve. Regarding the existing landfill, Deltaway proposes a series of works, but there is no measure to mitigate the existing problems, but the solution is not complete. The land, in a land close to the current one, they proposed an extension of the landfill, but Deltaway did not consider that this sanitary landfill would be included in the feasibility study. They considered that the only place for the waste to be deposited was the existing landfill. There are three possibilities on the estimated useful life of the landfill. In the first one, the useful life would end after 11 years. With compaction, the life of the landfill without any investment could be extended up to year 2032, which is only 2 years before the end of the concession project. And then with compaction and with an IRRF, the life would be extended up to 2038. This would mean only 6 years afterwards. So we asked if it made sense to do this investment only to extend the life of the project in 6 years. In spite of the fact that we question the need to build the IRRF plant, we will analyze the proposal to see what the difficulties are. And so in things that could go against the credibility of the project. Here we see the functioning of the facility according to Deltaway. I don't want to insist on many of these aspects, but I just wanted to call to your attention that the engineer said that all residue which cannot be processed in the RDF plant and cannot be sent to the WTE plant or the digester plant will be sent to the landfill. And therefore, electricity cannot be produced with this waste. Deltaway has produced several documents, and there are inconsistencies, particularly between the feasibility study in 2015 and the expert report of 2019, which was produced after the beginning of the arbitration. Deltaway tries to reduce the importance of these modifications, which have an impact, a considerable impact in the project, because it changes the originally foreseen costs, but it does not consider the future income. So we will now analyze each of the modifications between the first study and the second. And this is something you can see on screen. However, to have an intuitive and fast vision, we have highlighted in green the facilities proposed to be modified by Deltaway, and in yellow, the new facilities. As you can see, in a very intuitive way, there have been substantial changes from the first to the second report. Even though there might be an evolution in the situation, and this can be considered for new projects, I don't think it is adequate to modify the document a posteriori, including solutions that did not apply in the market before or modifying the capabilities of the current system. Now we will go into each and every one of the facilities proposed by Deltaway in the second report. We have a summary here of the final solution and the modified solution proposed by Delta Way for the waste and the recycling. As you can see, there's the amount recovered is increased from 30,000 to 172,000 tons per year. And the staff is reduced from 1,600 operators to 211. The extraction of recyclables must be done manually, which is something that Delta Way establishes. And the quality of the recyclables is far from the values estimated by Delta Way. They consider values that are partial and after several manual recoveries.
Delta Way's feasibility study establishes 1,000 workers for primary classification of the garbage and 211 for recycling. A worker should process 3,500 kilos per person and per day, and 2017, and 6,300 kilos per day in 2034. That's 630 kilos of waste per hour. We think that's not feasible. The Delta Way's expert report presumes 211 workers. This clearly passes the problem on to another person, but it doesn't resolve it. Plus, Delta Way did not take into account observations in its studies. It assumes facilities for recycling of 241,000 tons per year to simply for what is coming in 2017. Nonetheless, this is insufficient for the following years, which could become necessary for in order for the tribunal to realize the size of the facility it's proposing. The largest recycling plant in the United States had production of 241,884 tons in 2016 and 247,201 tons in 2018. I reiterate that Delta Way it talks about 420,000 in 2034. The RDF processing plan is completely new. As occurred in the previous case with recycling, Delta Way has this provision for RDF, yet this is for the whole life of the plane. The graph, which provides justification together with the fields in the expert report, you see the increase in waste at the RDF plant. The curve, as it appears, only shows waste coming into the RDF plant. So this discounts what goes to the recycling plant. And this shows 2017 to 2034. The horizontal line shows the dimension of RDF 5 trommels of 40 tons per hour, working 70% of the time at 7,800 hours per year for a capacity of 1,092,000 tons, which is barely sufficient to take what comes in the first year, which would be 1,075,804 tons. This is a very important point, and I'd like the tribunal to understand the magnitude of what we're talking about. The waste that comes in as of 2017 over and beyond what the RDF plant can process, which is in the horizontal line. Well, the RDF plant is not capable of sending it to the waste to energy plant, nor to our IRF. We're talking about several thousand tons every year, which could reach practically 1 million tons in the year 2034 that go directly to the landfill, cutting short its use life and not generating electricity, even though that's the objective of what's being Delta Way is proposing. In other words, the plant will not be able to produce the megawatts of energy Delta Way proposes throughout. Mr. Martinez, I'm so Sorry to interrupt. If you could speak a little bit more slowly, we would be grateful. No problem. Thank you. Next, this is the incineration plant, which is at the core of the RF. And I'm going to explain how it works so the tribunal can understand certain technical concepts that we're going to set out throughout the presentation. I'm going to use the Delta Way report. The truck arrives with the waste, which it dumps into a pit, fuel. A crane takes the fuel and puts it into the furnace where the combustion occurs. It has an inclined server so that the ash, or rather inclined piece where the ash falls in for recovery. The gases in the furnace, which we colloquially know as smoke, cannot be released directly into the atmosphere, basically for two reasons. First, because it still has contaminants, and second, because the high temperature. These are gases at more than 800 degrees. So it'd be an environmental hazard. So what we do is have the gases go through a circuit of water, and that water, well, when the gases go through, it heats up and produces steam. The steam is sent to a steam turbine generating electricity. And so we have heated up the water and converted it to steam. And at the same time, the exhaust gases or smoke come through. They go through a filter where there are volatile and contaminant particles, which once again are sent to the plant for connecting ash. And these gases without contaminants and at an adequate temperature is released freely into the atmosphere. This summary table shows that Meltaway in its expert report has changed both the technology and the capacity of the facility. We're going to come back to this, but before getting into such details, I did want to draw your attention to the fact that Deltaway is proposing an a power generation plant without undertaking a detailed analysis as to whether or not it's going to be possible to export this electricity, because the electrical interconnection is not well defined and the efforts to get the permits have not begun. The feasibility study indicates that there is an electrical line near the plant, but it doesn't indicate what the capacity is. So we don't know if it's sufficient to export the energy generated. And allow me to cite an example. I could have my channel in my garage door, but if I use too much water, then it'll overflow. And the same thing will happen with electricity. It simply might not have a sufficient capacity. These lines to carry the electricity generated. The failure to carry out such an analysis means the project might not be feasible. And this would not be the first project I would have come across in my career. I'm sure like the same has happened to my colleagues at Deltaway. It could not be built because of the lack of an electrical interconnection or its high cost. Deltaway has not justified the costs. It hasn't set forth the cost, hasn't justified its analysis or the original price. So Deltaway, by simplifying the design, seeks to justify the reduction of the original price in the feasibility study by almost 25%, from the initial $200 million to the $155 million in the expert report, with a facility that would have 26 greater capacity from 1650 tons per day to 2250 tons per day. In its first report, Deltaway only mentions hiring Indian or Chinese contractors rather than the top tier ones that it mentioned in its feasibility study as the only cause of savings. There's no evidence of any cost or how it would be organized or guaranteed. And in their second expert report, Deltaway introduces new justifications for cost reductions, which had not considered in its feasibility study or in its first expert report. First of all, there's the elimination of the pit, which is where the waste is stored before it's introduced into the furnace. and it could not be eliminated without more. It has to be replaced by something else, which would also have to be insulated because of incompatibility with traffic of persons and the presence of the crane and heavy machinery discharging the waste. Another significant simplification that Delta Way proposes in its second expert report is the change of technology from mass burning to the refuse-derived fuel systems, RDF, apparently less complex according to Delta Way. I'm going to refer to the United States Environmental Protection Agency, which defines mass burning as the combustion of solid waste directly unloaded from the collection trucks to a storage for direct incineration in a furnace. So the garbage bag goes straight into that. Nonetheless, according to the EPA, RDF requires prior mechanical treatment of the grinding of solid waste, followed by separation of the non-combustible materials, as well as the preparation of adequate mix for combustion in the furnace. In other words, one takes from the bag the non-combustible materials, and the combustible ones are then prepared for burning. The mass burning facilities are the most common in the United States, approximately 75%. Indeed, if you look at the list in 2015, the date of the report, the largest ones in the United States are mass burning, and precisely because of their simplicity, which seems to be more than evident without necessarily getting into the details of the EPA definitions. Delta Way considers that RDF is simpler and cheaper than the mass burning originally proposed. Nonetheless, these facilities have been in the market for more than 30 years. So we ask, why did Delta Way not propose this in its feasibility study and now includes it in arbitration as a justification for reducing the size of the investment? The difference between the 2015 feasibility study and the Delta Way reports makes it clear that there's very little analysis and the proposals are improvised. Delta Way also proposes eliminating the closing of the building because of the heat of the Dominican Republic, or enclosing the building as a general savings measure. Yesterday, we saw for the first time a photo of a building presented by Delta Way at a facility 30 years ago. Up on the screen, you can see photographs of facilities in places that are just as hot generally as the Dominican Republic, all of these with enclosed structures. And I refer to Mr. Ugrillo, who has indicated that the basic functionality of the building is to prevent the propagation of noise and odors generated by the facilities, as well as preventing them or protecting them from inclement weather. So clearly, these are environmental considerations which Delta Way ignores on proposing simplification. In terms of climatological conditions, Delta Way, with its simplification, avoids the temperatures affect these facilities, most of them done with metal and plastic, which are very much impacted by solar radiation. The elimination of the building is a proposal for savings, which in our view is hardly reasonable. We now move on to the analysis of the digesters, where there is controlled decomposition of organic waste into liquid waste. And this is new, as it would be electrical generation with motors. The estimated capacity for this facility is, according to Delta Way, is 486,000 tons per year. And on here you see images of Las Dehesas, which is the largest plant in Europe at this time, with 218,000 tons, less than half of what Delta Way proposes, and La Paloma, the second largest, 151,000 tons. These are two plants that I am very familiar with because my team worked or designed them for the company that is operating them. Now, the mining the landfill is also in Delta Way's expert report. The idea is to include the trash that's already in the landfill into the whole processing circuit. The raw material it requires a filtering, separation, and cleaning. So the cost for this technique is very high. Indeed, there have been very few examples in the world, because so one can't compare the feasibility of this technique. And Deltaway is not also, nor has Deltaway put forward much on feasibility. We are certain that the tribunal has read all of the annexes to our report to draw its own conclusions about what is indicated with regard to landfill mining. It has an uncertain feasibility and cost. Also, we think it doesn't make sense to propose an experimental facility for a hypothetical startup in 25 years, long after phase 2 of the contract, concession contract, will have ended, according to Deltaway. And finally, I wanted to talk to you about the PV plant, which was not considered either. Generating electricity from the sun is a super well-known technology, and it's very well proven. Nonetheless, PV facilities at landfills are quite novel, practically experimental, unknown practically in 2019, the date of Deltaway's report. I draw your attention to the table. In 2019, the total installed capacity in the United States at landfills was about 905,000 megawatts, which represents only 1.1% of total photovoltaic capacity installed in the United States as of that time. Deltaway proposes a commercial facility of 41.7 megawatts. In January 2019, the average in the PV facilities at the landfills were generating 3.2 megawatts. I'd also draw your attention to the fact that in 2018 in Annapolis, the largest PV facility over a landfill entered into operation in the United States with a capacity of 16.8 megawatts. Installing a PV plant over a landfill is more costly and more difficult than a conventional one because of the special needs. In addition, it has any number of limitations because of the inclines and morphology. They are much shadow is produced, and not all of these are geared to the sun, so or facing the sun, which makes them less attractive. Also, PV generation over the landfill is at odds with the mining of the landfill. We have thought it relevant in our report to look at the business model of Deltaway. We recall that Deltaway has not presented any evidence of the cost that it puts forward. And so, beginning with the CapEx anticipated, here there's benchmarks of the various waste-to-energy plants in the world that are contemporary. I have selected just those which were from the same period as what we're talking about, with characteristics similar to those proposed by Deltaway. And I'd like to draw your attention to the Lostock plant, built by a company that Mr. Tulo referred to yesterday. It has a treatment capacity of 1,818 tons per day, with an investment of practically $650 million. I'm familiar with this facility. As you can see, it is co-owned by FCC, our cooperative. Well, I think it's clear that the investment cost and the term proposed by Deltaway are far below the market standards. And perhaps that's why Deltaway has not presented the cost properly. We also, Deltaway estimates that the PV plant would be 75 cents on the dollar per watt, whereas the conventional plants that are much simpler would have a cost of $1.06 per watt in the case of a fixed structure, and $1.13 per watt in the case of other structures. And so, as explained in detail in our reports, the investment necessary for building the facilities for waste to energy and IRF would be $500 million, which is far greater than the $285 million that Deltaway considers in its report. There are also discrepancies in the figures for a generation of power in the feasibility study and in Deltaway's report. It goes up from 270,000 megawatts hours to 430,000 megawatts. That's a substantial difference. And I'd like to take a moment with the President's permission to draw your attention to another important aspect, which Deltaway is not considering in its model. The facility, the waste to energy facility is oversized with respect to the needs for waste treatment in the first years of operation. Let me explain. In 2017, with 1,300,000 tons of waste, 81.8% of which was non-recyclable and 40% of what was remaining would be treated at the RDF plant, which sends 40% of that waste to the incinerator. That would suppose that the incinerator in 2017 would be taking 430,000 tons of the 1.3 million coming into the landfill. Nonetheless, the capacity of the incinerator plant is 220 is such that in the first operation, the waste energy, in the first year, the waste energy plant would operate at no more than 60% of capacity, and therefore it would generate less than 60% of the energy estimated by Deltaway. Nonetheless, we already mentioned that the RDF plant presupposed a bottleneck that would not allow any waste to go into the waste to energy plant beyond what was in 2017. And so this situation of generating less electricity would be prolonged throughout all of the life of the facility, despite the fact that the amount of waste arriving would continue to grow. In terms of the PV facility, Deltaway considers that its production would be 2,230 hours, but it doesn't justify. JS Health has run two simulations, which are attached to our first report, where we justify a production of 1,469 hours for a fixed structure and 1,600 plus for a one that follows an axis. So what is proposed by Deltaway is overblown by 30 to 50%. Deltaway has not made any comments on the simulations or on the alternative studies. And using the same reference projects that we cited earlier, Mr. Martinez, we had given you 45 minutes, but the experts of the other party used 3 more minutes. So you have 3 more minutes. If I may, Mr. President, there's this and the conclusions, and I won't bore you any further. I wanted to conclude that it would take at least 3 years, 36 months, to build these facilities. And this could be extended because of the lack of resources in the region and the lack of qualified personnel and suppliers and such for building such facilities. We'd have to add the time that it would take to get the permits, which Deltaway did not take into account. And so we understand that it would take at least 5 or 6 years to build the waste to energy plant, including the application for the obtaining of contracts, the PPA agreement, construction, startup. Deltaway, in its feasibility study, considers 4 years, and it reduces that in its expert report. Very quickly, I did want to give you some headlines by way of conclusion, and that is that Deltaway is proposing facilities that are exceptionally large, if these are to be facilities that generate income, such as recycling or energy, the waste to energy plant and the digesters, and nonetheless intermediate facilities that presuppose bottlenecks are at excessively small dimensions. And so the CapEx and OpEx are would be less based on that. From the standpoint of the investment, Deltaway is proposing a speculative model with certain ill-defined, overblown, and contradictory technical solutions. From the technical standpoint, we consider that the project is not in a position to have begun at the date stated by Deltaway, nor would have been possible. And in terms of the business model, we consider that it is not credible and therefore valid for an investor to make a decision. Without more, I'd like to thank you for your attention. I apologize for the sound problems, and especially for having gone over on time. And we're available for any questions you may have. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's been very interesting, somewhat complicated presentation, but you remind me of the many years I spent in Spain. And I'm just not quite so accustomed to the speed with which you speak. Well, it's a lot of information, very little time. It often happens to us Spaniards in virtual arbitrations. It happens to me all the time. And especially the technical experts. Thank you very much. We're now going to take I think, 20-minute break, so as to give the claimant an opportunity to prepare before moving on to the cross-examination. So at this time, we'll take a 20-minute break. We'll be back in 20 minutes. Hey, wait just one moment, please. The experts know you cannot speak with anyone. Well, you have experience in this. Okay. Very well. Then go ahead, Alonso. Let's go to the breakout rooms.
We are now going to move on to cross-examination to experts. Please go ahead.
Mark, you're on mute.
No lo estamos escuchando.
Mark, we cannot hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Cheskin. I'm sorry, I'm getting feedback.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, sir.
When I ask a question, since there's two of you, generally I'm okay with whoever wants to answer unless I indicated otherwise. Is that okay with you two? In other words, you decide who answers unless I ask otherwise. Right. So have either one of you been to Duquesa?
Muchas gracias.
So Mr. Abieta, you have? Have you?
No hemos visitado Duquesa.
No, we have not visited Duquesa.
Sí, ya lo solucionó, disculpen.
It's being worked on. We apologize.
Muchas gracias por avisar.
Thank you for letting us know.
Gentlemen, are you on the English channel?
En el español.
We are listening to the Spanish interpretation, sir.
Okay. Have either one of you been to Duquesa, the landfill itself?
No, ninguno de nosotros lo
No, neither of us has.
In your report, your second report, there's a discussion about solid waste management. Between the two of you, did one of you prepare that section or did both of you?
¿A qué sección en concreto se refiere?
What section are you referring to?
Let's turn to page 9 of your second report. And Mr. President, I'm going to be going over to the English channel because I'm getting feedback. Okay. Let's look at page 9 of your second report. Across the top of page 3, section 3, the title on the page, can you read that to me? What it says up on top?
Análisis general del
General analysis of the solid waste treatment sector.
And underneath that, there's a section 3.1, and that says what? Solid waste hierarchy?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to page 20. And before I ask my question, did the one or you both work on this particular section in the report?
You're referring to section 3, page 20, correct?
Correct.
Está en conjunto.
Together, we did it jointly.
Okay, either one can answer. This is something I actually heard during your PowerPoint presentation, that it was in the middle of the 20th century that people started to really realize that solid waste management was seen as an environmental problem, correct?
Sí. Yes.
Was this also true of the Dominican Republic in the middle of the 20th century?
No somos expertos en la historia de la.
We're not experts in the history of solid waste treatment in the DR. We understand that there was an awareness, and this awareness was evolving at a worldwide level. It reaches developed countries first, and then maybe other countries who have different priorities. But I can't tell you what the year this began in the DR. Maybe in general, in the second half of the 20th century, probably a little bit later in the DR, but we're not experts in the history of solid waste management.
Okay. Do you agree that the Dominican Republic has an environmental problem in relation to solid waste today?
Well, depending on what you call an environmental problem, but we understand that this is a problem that still has a way to go to be solved.
Let's stay on the same page and turn to paragraph 22 of your second report. it states, and it may be a slight paraphrase because I'm asking in English, you state that over time, a new form of urban solid waste management began and what you call RSU was implemented? Is that right?
Yes. Yes, in general terms, that is the case.
And the focus of the RSU was on the control of generation, storage, collection, transfer, transport, treatment, and final disposition. Would you agree with that statement?
Well, those are the main aspects of what solid waste management involves, obviously.
Okay. And there was a special emphasis on environmental effects and population health, correct?
In the report, we say that this does affect the environment and the health of the population. That's what we say.
Okay. And that also be true for the Dominican Republic specifically?
We don't know at what point in time, but we understand that any country that has this problem goes through these stages for the treatment of solid waste. Sometimes they are at a certain stage and later on they are at a different stage.
And so let's look at page 9, paragraph 23 on the screen. You state, in order, in this manner, in the last decades of the 20th century, to reach the comprehensive management of RSUs, incorporating reuse and recycling into the chain with the implementation of the rule of 3 R's of recycling. And then you say those 3 R's are reduce, reuse, and recycle. Do I understand what you're saying in paragraph 23?
Well, this is based on a report, and this is reflected in our report. It's based on an external report, but this is the policy in several countries on this issue.
Okay. And when you talk about the 3 R's, can one of you please just very briefly describe what does reduce mean?
Reduce the production of waste at its origin, if possible.
Okay. And then recycle, I think we all can agree what recycle means, right? Pretty common usage now. You'd agree with that?
Yes,
okay.
Indeed.
Are the 3 R's good policies for a community? Any community?
Es una primera etapa que luego ha ido
Well, it's a
evolucionando.
first stage that later on has been evolving, as we say, further on. And the more developed the waste, solid waste treatment, the better it is for the majority of the communities. This is a general expression. These 3 R's have been evolving progressively.
And are these 3 R's good policies for the Dominican Republic?
Well, it would be a good start. It's a stage that leads you to further stages of progress, and then you can go into the 9 R's.
I was going to get there next. Thank you. Let's look at paragraph 24, which is over pages 9 and 10 of your second report. And first, you say, this rule, the 9 Rs, has evolved over the first 2 decades of the first century, reaching 9 Rs in the current economy, correct? Have I said that, what your report says correctly? In English, of course.
Sí, bueno, yo estoy escuchando la versión en español, pero la versión
I'm
en
listening to the Spanish version, but at least in the Spanish version, that is correct, yes.
Okay. And you say actually it's been over the first 2 decades of the 21st century, so from approximately the year 2000 to the year 2022, is that correct?
Well, in those 2 last decades is when certain countries, those countries that are most developed in waste management, have been making progress in this management, and they are trying to adapt to what is called the circular economy.
And so what we see here was, it's my term, the evolution from those 3 Rs to now we have 9 Rs. And I want to go to the last 2 bullet points from your second report. The second to last bullet point in paragraph 24 says, recycle raw material to create new products. I guess that was one of the original 3 Rs, right?
Yes, they're talking about raw material, but yes.
Okay, and what's the next bullet point say?
Recover material through incineration to generate energy.
Is that what we've been referring to for the last 6 days as waste to energy?
Sí.
Yes.
Now let's go to page 10, paragraph 26. Within the same section, you state, this is a process that all countries of the world will have to follow sooner or later, but it must be done in a rational and staggered manner. And that is one of the statements you've made in your report, correct?
Correcto.
Yes, correct.
And when you say all countries, of course, you're including the Dominican Republic, correct?
We said all the countries in the world.
And if we can jump back to paragraph 25 for a moment. On page 10, second report. It is clear that the uncontrolled dumping of urban waste in non-sanitary landfills is a source of pests and diseases and generates irreparable environmental damage and must therefore be eradicated. You, of course, agree with that statement.
Yes.
And then you say, as the government of the Dominican Republic is doing with the Duquesa landfill and others in its territory. Correct?
Yes, that's what the report says.
And let's go to page 12, paragraph 35. For several years, the Dominican Republic has been making an effort to reduce, even eliminate, open and controlled landfills. Now, that's a statement in the report, and you stand by it today as you did with your affirmation at the beginning of your presentation, correct?
Yes.
Now let's turn, please, to document C 198-009. Make it appear on the top, please. So this is an article. It says local DominicanToday.com, across the top, June 10th, 2020. It says company will invest 129 million in producing energy with garbage in the Dominican Republic. Now, as this document was in the record in this arbitration, is it something you had seen before?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look at the article. Santo Domingo, if you can make it a little bigger, please. In the next 2 or 3 years, the Dominican Republic will be able to produce energy from solid waste. You see that, correct?
Yes.
And it goes on to say, according to a company president, director of operations, a financial advisor, environmental advisor, says this project will be developed in San Pedro de Macorís with a production capacity of 55 megawatts, which will have an estimated investment of 129 million. Do you see that? You see that?
¿Lo ve?
Sí, sí, perdón.
Yes, I'm sorry. I had said yes before.
Okay. And in the Delta Way expert reports for the much smaller Duquesa landfill, the size, the capacity of the waste energy was how many megawatts?
Perdón, si le importa, doctor Cheskin, como esta pregunta es de carácter más técnico,
Mr.
si le importa.
Cheskin, since this question is a bit more technical, I would answer it, says Mr. Martinez. These plants are measured due to the capacity of the residue treated. This plant only treats 350 tons per day, vis-a-vis the 2,250 in Duquesa. The megawatts generated by Duquesa, this is a hybrid plant, as you can see further below, which only generates 9 megawatts with 350 tons of waste, and the rest of the power, up to 55 megawatts, are generated via gas.
Okay. And so my question, and thank you for that, Mr. Martinez, was in the Delta Way expert reports, what megawatts of the waste to energy facility was contemplated? If you remember. Minus solar.
La de Delta Way se refiere usted?
You're referring to the Delta Way report?
Yep, the one you talked about.
Expert report?
Yeah, the expert report that you talked about for 48 minutes this morning.
Sí, el expert report. Okay.
Yes. The waste of energy plus the gas generation.
Okay.
Mr. Martinez froze, I'm sorry.
Nope. See him blinking. Mr. Martinez, yes. So how many megawatts is that?
En el waste to energy más la planta de
Waste to energy plus gas generation, 49.9 megawatts approximately.
Okay, now going back
It's
to the,
almost 41 waste to energy plus 8.4 with landfill gas.
okay, now going back to the article for this plant, it says the estimated investment will be $129 million. You see that?
lo veo, sí.
Yes, I see it.
And the delta way in the expert report for the waste energy facility was 150 million, correct?
Para la planta waste to energy de incineración de
The
residuos.
waste to energy waste burning plant, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm waiting for an answer.
Perdón, ¿puede repetir la pregunta? No, no
Could
la
you
escuché.
repeat the question? I don't, I didn't know what the question was.
Sure. The waste to energy facility that is referenced in the Delta Way expert reports, of which you criticized today, had an estimated cost of $150 million, correct?
El valor que estima Delta Way para la
The value estimated by Delta Way for that facility without hybrid or gas is $150. This, the one that you're showing me is with a hybrid landfill gas facility as well. If you could scroll down.
Good. And this plant apparently was able to find investors in order to build a plant with the production capacity of 55 megawatts with an estimated investment of 129 million, at least according to this article, correct?
Quería aclararle que la
I
capacidad de
would like to clarify that the production capacity, the translation that you're doing is erroneous. It's not a production capacity, it's electric generation capacity. The burn plant can produce electric energy, so the electric generation is about 55 megawatts. That is the case.
Okay, thank you. Let's go down to where it says the pilot plan will start in San Pedro de Macorís, with the possibility of extending the project to Santo Domingo East, Puerto Plata, and Jaina has also been evaluated. You see that in the article?
Yes, I see it.
And so when you said in your report that these evolution of 9 hours that the government of the Dominican Republic is doing with the KC landfill and others in its territory, you were speaking about efforts similar that are being described in this article, correct?
It could be one of them, yes.
Okay. And then at the very end of the article, or near the end, it says the executive said that this initiative becomes more relevant after the COVID-19 health crisis. the poor management of landfills generated smoke in various landfalls in this country, affecting the health of population. First of all, has that been translated for you? Just let me know yes or no, and then I'm gonna ask my question.
Sí, sí, la estoy viendo en pantalla.
Yes, I see it on screen.
And you are aware that there are 350 open air landfills in the Dominican Republic? You know that, right?
No lo sabía, pero
I didn't know that, but it talks about more than 300.
So today, in January 29th, 2022, do you believe there are environmental challenges at the Duquesa landfill today, January 29th, 2022?
a día de hoy no conozco el estado del vertedero de Duquesa.
I don't know what the status of the landfill is at present.
Okay. Do you agree or disagree with me that the Dominican Republic, and in particular Santo Domingo, would benefit by us applying as many of the 9 R's as possible to the Duquesa landfill?
Any society can benefit from the application of those policies, indeed.
Mr. Martinez, if there was an investor willing to pay for it and put aside the cost, if there was an investor willing to pay for a waste to energy facility on the Duquesa landfill, would that be a good thing or a bad thing for the Dominican Republic?
Depende de quién pagara por el
It
uso.
depends on who is paying for the use of that plant.
Assume it's Michael Lee Chin.
Si ese coste no se va a transferir
If
luego
that cost is not going to be transferred to the final users in some way, I would say so.
And so it should
Any
be-
improvement is valuable if it does not cost anything to the final user.
maybe it's the translation. Because I heard is the cost is not going to be transferred to the final users. Is it your testimony that no cost should be transferred to the final users of the electricity that would be generated?
No, usted me ha preguntado si esto
No,
sería
you
interesante.
asked me if that would be interesting for the DR, and I said it depends on the cost for the DR. You said Mr. Lichin would invest. Well, depending on what benefits Mr. Lichin wants to derive from the population of the DR, it could be interesting or not, depending on that element.
Let's turn to your report. It's your second report, paragraph 54. And I believe you actually referenced Mr. Reed in your presentation today, that Adam Reed points out that uncontrolled landfills are a public health risk and insists that improving the landfill process should be the top priority in solid waste management, and landfill is an important part to consider as part of the solution. I can almost say, of course. Would you agree with that?
Sí.
Yes.
Now let's turn to page 18 of your second report, paragraph 55. Very next paragraph after Mr. Reed's statement, it says, this requires the participation of all actors involved, the stakeholders, in the management of solid waste to guarantee its success from the generators of solid waste to the government, national and municipal, through the managers of the solid waste to the financial institutions. And you stand by that statement today, correct?
Sí, bueno, lo dice otra
Yes,
persona.
it is said by someone else, but do we agree with that statement?
Okay, I didn't see a footnote, but I'll take your, so I accept your agreement. Now, these stakeholders, as you say, include the solid waste generators, of course, right? Yes. Sorry, the translation.
Sí.
Yes.
Now, you say the solution includes the successful participation of governments, including national and municipal. What do you mean by that?
A ver, esto ya es un tema más.
Well, this is a more legal issue, and it depends on who has the powers to deal with those matters. In some countries, it's the municipalities, in others, the national government, in other places, the regions, the autonomous communities, the relevant authorities. And of course, normally you need a permit from the authorities. So based on the applicable laws, it's necessary to obtain that kind of license.
Okay, now let me ask a more general question then. Do you think for the development of a waste energy plant, it's a good thing or a bad thing to have the cooperation of the local government?
The thing is, I don't know what you mean when you say bad, but in the immense majority of countries, those are the ones who manage waste, or at least grant the concessions, they grant the permits. So in the majority of cases, it's necessary, let's say.
And that would be true, depending on the country, also of the national government, correct?
Mr.
Depende de cada
President.
país. Hay otros sitios donde es una
There are
competencia.
other places where it's a competency that comes out of the municipalities, others regional, others it's national. It depends a great deal. Generally, it's more at the municipal level, but it really, or local level, it depends really on each country.
Thank you.
Señora Soldi, ¿quería usted decir algo?
Sí, simplemente.
Ms. Yoldi, did you want to say something? They're not experts in public policy. And Mr. Martinez already said that it depends on the applicable legal framework.
Pero es una expresión concreta que aparece en
Yes, but it is an expression that appears in a paragraph in the expert's report. So I understand that Mr. Jeskin wants to know what's the basis of that use of that expression. Agreed.
Now, gentlemen, let's turn to document C-150. Were you listening in and perhaps even watching these proceedings before today?
The most part, yes. For the most part, yes.
And did you see and hear Mr. Lorenzo's questions about C-150?
Right now, I don't recall that as such. Perhaps my colleague Guillermo does. I don't either. I don't remember either.
Okay, so then thank you for that. And then I'll just go through some of that. First of all, it's a report on renewable energy products prospects, Dominican Republic, developed in November 2016. You see that on the screen?
Yes, we see it.
Now, putting aside whatever Mr. Lorenzo said earlier this week, have you ever seen C-150 before?
I don't recall having seen it. It's part of a very voluminous record. I don't remember it in relation to Delta Way. It's possible that we've looked at it. We haven't mentioned it in our reports.
Okay, so let's look at a few parts of this report and see if you agree or disagree with it. First of all, could you?
Mark, you are on mute. Sorry to interrupt.
All right. First of all, across the top left, can you read that for me rather than me trying in Spanish?
Comisión Nacional de Energía.
National Energy Commission. We are what we create.
Okay. And then IRENA is the International Renewable Energy Agency. Are either one of you familiar with the International Renewable Energy Agency?
I know about it. They put out reports and studies. I don't have personal interaction with it, but it is a, they do put out reports.
Okay. And let's turn to, because Mr. Lorenzo, for the benefit of the tribunal, went through some more pages than I'm going to right now. But if we could turn to C-150-03. 03. It says that the Dominican Republic, although one of the largest and most diverse economies in the Caribbean, still relies on the imported fossil fuels for nearly all of its energy needs. And my questions for you gentlemen, first, is the importation of fossil fuel something expensive for governments, or is it basically cheap?
The interpreter could not make out what was said. Sorry, because of the poor sound.
Okay. Is importing fossil fuels a cost-effective way to generate energy for a country?
Es que es la única forma para aquellos países que no tengan.
The thing is, it's the only option for those countries that don't have their own fossil fuels. Again, the interpreter is not able to render interpretation because it's very unclear sound. The last thing said. Apologies.
Mr. President, we're using the same mic system we've used all along. Oh, who's not being heard? If Mr. President, from the interpreters, is it us or is it the witness?
It's Mr. Martinez, says the interpreter on the English channel.
Por verificar si está funcionando bien, si el intérprete.
Alonso, could you double check?
Yo personalmente las últimas respuestas del señor
I myself
muy bajas y
have heard the last answers by Mr. Martinez being very soft and very, as though he's very far from the microphone. Could we please verify that Mr. Martinez's microphone is the one that is selected as the, and this, you can go to the lower left of the Zoom window. What I have selected is same as system. Is that the name of the headphones that you're using? Let me try with another one. Is this better, Alonso? It still sounds a bit cavernous and it doesn't sound quite right, but he would have to speak more. It's.
¿Podría hablar un poco más, señor Martínez?
Could you speak? You could have him tap his microphone. It's clearly not the microphone. He's not speaking into the microphone on his head.
¿Podremos probar que toque el micrófono para
Yes, you
comprobar
could,
que es el que está utilizando, señor Martínez? No. No.
Mr. President, I presume this does not count against our time.
Alonso, a ver ahora.
Sí, ahora
Ok.
por favor, hable y lo compruebo con los intérpretes.
A ver, Alonso y señores intérpretes, espero que ahora me oigan mejor.
Yes, this is the interpreter on the English channel. And yes, it's much better. There may be an interconnection issue as well, but yes, that seems to be true. Interpreter goes back to interpreting. I'm so sorry, Mr. Cheskin. I hope that you can hear me okay right now. Could you repeat the question?
Not really.
Ok, al parecer el problema del micrófono ahí está solucionado. Simplemente
The problem of the microphone seems to be solved, but there is some cutting out due to the connectivity. But it does seem that the microphone is now working better, says Alonso from Arbitration Place.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Should I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay. So if I asked already and it's on the record, my apologies. But is it expensive for a country to have to rely on imported fossil fuels for nearly all of its energy needs?
Correcto, para todos los países que no son productores de petróleo.
For all countries that are not oil producers, yes, it's costly.
And the price per megawatt of fossil fuel that is imported is relatively high in the marketplace, correct?
No es correcto. El precio normalmente depende del tipo de.
No, that's not right. It really, the price normally depends on the type of material. It's a market price. Depends if it's gas or oil, but it's international market price to which one has to add transport. But if it is bought in West Texas, then it's going to be bought in the Texas hub, and that's the same for all. And then you add transport.
For the Dominican Republic, is the importation of fossil fuels for nearly all of its energy needs a good thing or a bad thing for the economy?
It is something necessary for any economy. It's not that it's good or bad. There's just no other alternative.
Okay. Let's turn to page. Actually, I'm sorry, one more question. Is it a good thing or a bad thing for the Dominican Republic's environment that still relies on imported fossil fuels for nearly all of its energy needs?
Depende del tipo de combustible. El gas
It
natural no es.
depends on the type of fuel. Natural gas is not excessively,
Assume oil.
supongamos que es,
Si es petróleo es más contaminante que el gas.
if it's oil, it is evidently pollutes more than gas.
Let's go to C-150-017. It says, you're cutting it off. Bioenergy and waste constitutes other important sources of renewable power generation. There is potential to increase total bioenergy capacity from landfill gas, bagasse, and biogas, as well as through co-firing. By 2030, total installed capacity could reach 448 megawatts under REMAP. It says this is divided into 4 sources. Firstly, landfill from the large Duquesa and other major landfills could supply 220 megawatts. Were you familiar with the conclusions from this report prior to being shown it right now?
I was saying I wasn't familiar with this report, and therefore I wasn't familiar with the conclusions.
Okay, and let's go to C-150-059. Here, we'll go here. It says here that REMAP assumes the construction of an 80 megawatt landfill gas powered plant for the Duquesa landfill site. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
And 80 megawatts is actually higher than what is assumed within the Deltaway expert reports, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
Excluyendo la fotovoltaica. Correcto.
Excluding the photovoltaic, yes.
I want to turn now away from landfills and go into a little bit about the technologies that you talk about in your expert reports. On page 13 of your second report, section 3.2, can either one of you please read the title next to 3.2?
La incineración en el mundo.
Incineration in the world.
And in this section of your report, you're generally talking about waste energy plants in places around the world, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
Now, if we turn to page 14, paragraph 42 of your second report, it states by 2018, there were 2,179 waste energy plants in the world. And you go on to say approximately half are in Japan, correct?
Correcto, sí.
Correct, yes.
If
I
the
would
ch-
like to make a clarification, Mr. Cheskin, that we're talking about waste to energy in these kinds of plants.
I understood that, thank you.
No sé si me oyo. Ok.
I
Ok, no,
don't
es que
know if you got what I said. The thing is that the document you showed me before spoke of landfill gas. The IRENA document spoke about landfill gas, and now you're talking about waste to energy. And I just want to make sure that you understand the difference. We're talking about different things. Landfill gas is not the same thing as waste to energy.
Okay, and we moved away from that document, and now I'm asking you about stuff specifically in your report, correct?
correcto, entendido.
Correct,
Okay.
understood.
And in 2018, there were 2,179 waste energy plants. If in 2022, the Dominican Republic was able to build the 2,180th waste energy plant in the world, would that be a good thing for the Dominican Republic?
Sería bueno para todo el mundo, no solo
It
para la
would
República.
be good for everyone, not just for the Dominican Republic, but for everyone, no doubt about it.
Do you know who's operating Duquesne today, or say since 2017? Who's operating it, do you know?
No.
Most days? No.
Bueno, por lo que oí en alguna jornada anterior, parece que es
Well,
una
from what I heard earlier this week, it seems that it's some association of municipalities, but I didn't really understand it. It seems to me that it's a set of or a community of public agencies, but I don't remember exactly what it was that I think it was Dr. Rodriguez who said, who made the point.
Okay. I want to talk to you just real briefly about tipping fees. Let's go to your first report. First report. It's on page 29. It's footnote 120. And you were discussing the tipping fees at specifically Duquesne in relation to the Delta Way report, just to kind of orient where you were in your report. And it states in footnote 120, it should be considered whether a higher tipping fee, such as the proposed by Delta Way, would result in a smaller amount of waste to be treated at the waste energy plant, as there would be cheaper alternatives. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Okay. Did both of you prepare that footnote, or who did? Because I want to ask the question specifically, since I don't see a citation to any record evidence next to footnote 120.
We honestly don't remember who included the footnote a year and a half ago or a year and 3 months ago.
So then feel free, whoever you want to have answer this question. When JS held in footnote 120 said there were cheaper alternatives than bringing garbage to Duquesne, did you mean that Lahoon's customers could have simply brought their garbage to one of the other 324 landfills in the Dominican Republic? Is that what you meant?
Bueno, si contractualmente estaban
Well,
autorizados.
if contractually they were authorized to do so, I understand that waste can go to the market. It is a commodity that's sold in the market. So right now, I don't know whether the contract had a obligation to take it to Duquesne, but if it didn't, then of course they could take it elsewhere.
So if there wasn't a contract with a particular municipality, they were free to bring their garbage wherever they wanted, correct?
Well, I don't know. I think it depends on the type of contract. I already said I don't know the contract, but if you don't have a contractual obligation to dispose of your garbage at a given landfill by contract or by some other means of obligation, then it can be sold. As I say, it is a commodity, and it has a price, just as gold and oil are bought on the market.
And Mr. Martinez, I believe I heard this today, or perhaps it's in your report, that you have experience with feasibility studies. Is that right?
That's right.
And do you also have experience with the development of a waste energy facility from the feasibility study to completion?
En los aspectos técnicos, sí, así es.
On the technical aspects, yes.
Now, do you think it would be reasonable for someone to say that from when you first did a feasibility study to the final construction of the waste energy facility, that no changes, additions, or deletions should be made to the feasibility report?
The fundamental concept of a feasibility study is to define a framework for carrying out a project. Evidently, if we change the framework, then we're changing. So I think that the feasibility study, once the project is defined at the level of feasibility study, and one sees that it is profitable, then one must develop, as my colleague noted, but what we cannot do is change the technology of the project nor the capacity of the project, because then we need to come up with a new feasibility study of that new project. Interpreter notes a few parts were cut out by intermittent connectivity.
Mr. Martinez, do you agree that it is clear that waste to energy technologies are evolving and that new products or applications of them appear in the market over time?
Bueno, hasta donde yo sé.
Well, as far as I know, no, right now, there's a mass burning technology, an RDF technology, and a possible experimental one, which is plasma. But it is not yet, well, it doesn't yet exist. So I don't know any more than those two technologies.
Okay. Delta Way's feasibility study began in 2014. It was issued in 2015, approximately 4 years before the expert report by Delta Way. Do you believe it'd be appropriate for Delta Way, had they been engaged in 2019 by Mr. Lee Chin saying, green light, go ahead, would they be forced to use everything in the 2015 feasibility report, or would they be able to update it based in any evolution of technologies over the preceding 4 years?
Bueno, sí, en general, yo
Well,
profesionalmente.
In general, professionally, I would have proposed continuing the feasibility study since during those years, no new technology appeared in the market. RDF and mass burning already existed, and everything Delta Wave was proposing already existed. So coming up with a new proposal professionally, for me, doesn't seem to be the right thing to do. But of course, everyone's free to propose what they see fit, or as they see fit.
Let's break that down. Stop scroll. So in 2014-15, the RDF and mass burning already existed for purposes of a waste energy facility. Is that right?
That is right.
And actually, I believe you said that everything that Delta Wave proposed in 2019 already existed in 2015, correct?
I don't recall having said that exactly, but you would have to show me where I said that. In general, I think that's so. But in order to answer your question, you'd really have to show me the context for me to be sure.
In generally, that's so is good enough for me. Thank you. And so by 2015, the day of the feasibility report, the technologies discussed by Delta Wave in 2019 already existed in 2015, correct?
En general, sí. Bueno, en general, sí, todas existían ya.
In general, yes. Well, in general, yes, they all existed in effect.
You agree that the implementation of the various facilities included in the project plan by Delta Wave would result in a reduction in the volume of waste sent to the landfill? I'll put it on the screen if you want, but I'm reading right out of your report.
No. De hecho, he demostrado lo
As a
contrario.
matter of fact, I have shown the rest, the opposite. It increases the amount of waste, but if it was properly estimated, that would be the case, but it is not. I thought I left it clear that a great deal of that residue is coming back to the landfill.
Let's go to your first report, J.S. Held's first report. Page 16, paragraph 53. And let me read it. The implementation of the various facilities included in the project plan by Delta Wave would result in a reduction in the volume of waste sent to the landfill. That's what paragraph 52 on page 16 of your first report said, even though, and I understand, you dispute their conclusions, but J.S. Held says it right here, right?
No.
No.
Sí, correcto. Lo que estamos diciendo ahí, debe ver usted
Correct.
que
You should see that the verb says it would produce is a conditional situation. If it was properly designed in our report, we have emphasized that the plant is not properly designed. If instead of 5 trommels, we had 12, 9, or 8, it could be the case, but as is stated there, it is not feasible. And if you read everything in context, the reports indicate that the plant has to be replanted.
Well, let me give you a hypothetical. If the implementation of the various facilities included by the project plan by Delta Wave were implemented just the way they said that could be, would it result in a reduction in the volume of waste sent to the landfill?
incluiría una reducción, pero muy
It would
inferior a la
include a reduction, but way lower than the one considered by Delta Way in the report.
Let's turn to page 37, paragraph 21 of your second report, and we'll put it on the screen. Paragraph 121. Sorry, it was paragraph 121. And I don't want to read it out of context. It's something I raised earlier in the week. The purpose of the present process is not to propose alternative solutions, but to analyze the information, etc. Correct?
I apologize, I was muted. Yes, correct.
And Mr. Martinez, it wasn't clear for me from the presentation. Are you engaged directly by JS Held, or is your like day job for an energy company? Who do you work for when you're not doing this expert testimony here?
Trabajo para una
I
empresa
work for FCC that has 3 divisions: construction, water, and environment.
FCC, that's what is it?
FCC.
FCC.
Correcto.
Is that a EPC contractor, or what kind of business is that?
Tenemos 3 divisiones de
We
negocio.
have 3 divisions, 3 business divisions. One is EPC, the other one is water manager, and the other one is waste manager.
Does waste management include waste to energy facilities?
Correcto.
Correct.
And so I have another hypothetical for you, Mr. Martinez. If Michael Lee Chin were in 2022, the 1st of February, 2022, go to FCC in order to build a waste to energy facility in the Dominican Republic, would FCC say it's impossible, or would it look for solutions?
Bueno, si él nos contrata un estudio de factibilidad, se lo
If
haríamos.
we were asked to do a feasibility study, of course we would do it.
Okay. Thank you for that. And Mr. Martinez, is FCC currently doing any work on waste energy in the Dominican Republic? Or ever do work in the Dominican Republic, I should ask.
Para la reconversión de la energía, no.
Not for the WTE type of plant.
And what sort of work, if you know, has FCC done in the Dominican Republic?
Bueno, ahora mismo estamos
Right now, we are reconverting some power lines. Some years ago, there was the construction of a bridge in Santo Domingo, and we have also bid for several thermal stations and gas plants, natural gas plants and thermal plants.
And is the customer for this work a government instrumentality of the Dominican Republic?
¿De qué trabajo, perdón? ¿De cuál de ellos?
What type of work? Which of those?
Power lines?
No es mi división.
It is not my division. But honestly, I don't know whether it is the distributor or the party that is transporting the power. I don't know. It is not part of my division.
Well, do you know if FCC, I guess you wouldn't know, if the FCC is receiving the cooperation of the Dominican Republic for its work in the Dominican Republic? Do you know one way or the other?
No entiendo su pregunta. Quizás
I don't
tema
think I understand your question.
That's okay.
If we are receiving some sort of cooperation,
I withdraw. Mr. President, may I have, it's going to be
Okay.
literally 2 to 3 minutes to confer
Yes.
with, yes, thanks. We can even, if everyone's willing, we can even stay in camera. I don't think it's going to take long. Mr. President, thank you. We have no further questions.
Okay. Could I ask Ms. Joldi where we are at this moment?
Gracias, señor presidente. Nosotros no tenemos ninguna pregunta tampoco.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have no further questions.
Professor Cohen.
Very
¿tiene
well.
usted-
Professor Cohen, do you have any questions? No, I don't have any questions, Mr. President.
Sé que, el árbitro, señor Leslie, tampoco, yo tampoco.
Mr. Lethley, myself, do not have any questions. We're going to have a couple of minutes off. So I would like to be sent to the breakout rooms. How about the experts? Do they need to stay where they are? I apologize. Thank you very much. The experts are released. We thank you for your cooperation with this tribunal. Thank you. Thank you.
Gracias por avisarme, perdón.
And thank you for letting me know, Council.
Mr. President, are we done for the day or are you going to come back to us?
El
don't have-
tribunal se retira. The tribunal will be a couple of minutes to deliberate how to follow, and we come back in a couple of minutes. So you
Okay.
can be in the general room.
Thank you.
Alonso, ¿nos puede llevar a nuestra sala, por favor?
Claro que sí, abro las salas. Opening breakout rooms.
We're going to conclude today, and we are going to start tomorrow with the last examination. We're going to start as we have been doing every day at 8 a.m. Washington, D.C. time. We're going to start with quadrant. The tribunal will be sending you tomorrow in writing instructions for the document request issue that was raised by respondent. You already have what I already told you, but so that you don't have any doubts, we will send it to you in writing. And if you have any questions, you will be able to ask us during the hearing. After you receive that information, you tell us, and we will be addressing any doubt you may have. We shall see you tomorrow then, if you don't have any further questions. I thank you for the effort, for working efficiently, and let us see again tomorrow for the final cross-examination.
Raise if I may.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And we still have pending the response to Professor Cohen's question regarding the 3 documents. We're going to take advantage of the 10 minutes that we've gained today and work on that response so that we can provide it to the tribunal first thing tomorrow morning, if that's appropriate for the tribunal and of course Professor Cohen in particular. Because I understood he wanted the response, in writing, and we're happy to provide that, of course.
That's right. I don't know if Professor Cohen wishes to say anything at this moment.
No, that's exactly what Mr. Lorenzo said. So I will be delighted to receive the answer tomorrow for the benefit of the tribunal.
Thank you, Professor, and we are happy to do it. You'll have it first thing in the morning. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Doctora Frutos, ¿tiene que decir?
Muy rápido, nada más como seguimiento a este
Very
tema.
quickly, and as a follow-up to this, we had understood that Professor Cohen wanted both parties to refer to this. I don't know if you are also waiting for us to answer. I do not know what procedural way the tribunal would like to proceed, because clearly these are documents shown by claimant. I don't know whether we should do it as a response to what we see tomorrow on the table, or how would the tribunal like to manage this? We had not elaborated on this. Professor Cohen? Thank you, Mr. President. I had requested both parties to explain the origin, the source of those documents, and how those documents made their way to the record. I think that both parties can tell us what they know without, and clearly both parties then can make a comment on what the other party has said. But I think that both parties can report to the tribunal what they already know, to make sure that both parties are treated with equality. This is the reason why I asked for this in writing, and you can send your reply to the UNCT's secretary, and the secretary will be reporting both answers to the tribunal. I understand that the comment by Mrs. Frutos Peterson has to do because in principle, you would like to see the explanation offered by claimant, because these are seed documents. Yes, these were presented by claimant. I would like for them to report to us, but I have no problems if Professor Cohen would like to hear our comments about what we know on those documents. If you do not have any information as to the source, if the respondent doesn't have any information, but if they have some information, please share it. And could we opt for sending the communication directly to the Secretariat, as Mr. Cohen, as Professor Cohen said, because I would like to work on that on Monday, just to make sure that we do it properly, since this is a closing of the hearing, but we're up to you. I leave it up with Professor Cohen since he's the requester. Yes, it could be Monday. It is not urgent for the tribunal to receive it tomorrow. The option that I suggested is for both parties to send the Secretariat the responses, and for the Secretariat to let us know what both responses are at the same time. We might need to set a deadline so that both parties can communicate these under the same conditions. Well, it could be on Monday at the latest. Do you agree with this?
The procedure outlined by Professor Cohen works perfectly for us, Mr. Chairman. We'll provide our response to the secretary, and upon receipt of both, she can, of course, share it with the tribunal as Professor Cohen suggested. That's fine with us.
Okay.
También por nuestra parte, muchas gracias.
Gracias por.
Thank you on our behalf, says Frutos Peterson. President, thank you very much for this conversation on this pending issue. So now with this, I leave you. Have a good end of your Saturday, and I'll see you all tomorrow to continue to work against the rule in most places. Thank you.
Gracias, presidente. También el sábado a veces no es un momento.
Also, Mr. President, Saturday is not the best day either. No, I know. Thank you. See you later.